Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to m.in. sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach
Raz, dwa,
2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich
Jest okej?
przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam Ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę? Tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to m.in. sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę? Tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę? Tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już?
Rozumiem, że już możemy zaczynać, tak? Już goście tam jeszcze...
So I can see there are some more people joining us, so we have a very chumba group, so I think we can start with the door open. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to the conference on Polish cluster and development of Polish entrepreneurship. My name is Paulina Zadura, and I will be moderating this session for the next couple of nice hours full of knowledge about clusters. And let me ask Paweł Olejnik, the Deputy President of Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, to have the welcome address to all of you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this meeting. And the subject of this meeting is very well known to you, as this is presentation of the results of the 6th edition, in fact, of benchmarking of the Polish clusters. In this study, we had 61 clusters and 642 members. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to clusters and member companies for the participation in this survey. And I'd like to say thank you to the company which prepared this report. This is Innoreg Sp and Association of Employers Klastry Polskie. The survey, I think, will be also discussed in the presentations, and it will be available on the website of the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and it will be available for you to use online. It is now online available for you to use. Moreover, let me also appreciate all the participants for visiting us here in Warsaw, and I also appreciate all of you joining with us online. I'd like to say thank you to the experts who participate, who are involved in this meeting. And let me start by saying thank you to Marek Przeor, representative of the European Commission. And I also appreciate Daniel Arsenal from Innovation, Science and Economy Canada. Thank you, Madam Director, for being with us, Agata Wancio, the Ministry of Development and Technology, and thank you for participating in this conference. And I'd like to encourage you to read this report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, for welcoming us here. And well, now let's move on to this very dense agenda, and the first presentation will be delivered by Marek Przeor. We are all curious what European Commission is preparing for clusters and for development of the clusters policy. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to say thank you for inviting me. For us, it is quite important to know as much as possible about clusters, how clusters operate in the member states, and this benchmarking study definitely is going to bring a lot of information which we will be able to present in Europe. Let me start by mentioning that we have the 30th anniversary of the single market, as this is this year when we have the anniversary, and I will be also telling about the cluster structures in the European Union and what we do on the European level to animate the clusters community. I guess you might have forgotten how difficult it was to cross the border to Germany in 2004. I remember waiting for hours in a queuing line. We forget very easily and quickly all these things. We forgot that we needed to pay for roaming, and now you can use freely, and you can go to, and going to Spain for holidays, it was a very difficult thing like 20 years ago, and now Polish people are one of the nations who buy the largest number of apartments in the Canary Islands, and I have been for 20 years with the European Commission. And from my personal perspective, I also look at the access and the development of Poland, and I am very, very proud of that, as I remember when we joined the European Union as pariahs. Our Western colleagues were looking at us with a stranger's sight, and 20 years later we are slowly becoming equal or decisive at some point members of the European Union. So the single market, it is a notion which guarantees not only economic business or free transfer of goods, services and capital, but first of all it is the area of well-being and safety. And let me tell you an anecdote from 5 years ago. We had a meeting on innovations, and so we had some discussions. We were talking about over-regulating, and finally one of the Lithuanian colleagues approached me and said, "Don't worry, we created European Union in fact to have peace." And I believe that the single market, it is something which guarantees safety but also freedom of development. And single market for the DG, single market DG, and for SMEs and for entrepreneurship, it is an element helping to implement industrial policy. Industrial policy which is intended to develop green and digital transformation, and particularly after the COVID pandemic, it needs to maintain strategic autonomy in critical areas. Industrial policy which tends to help us, all of us, have more developed activities going towards our improvement of our global competitiveness, as we have 440 million members in our market, that we have billions of enterprises. We can can compete in the market. And now, as for digits, figures, and the figures speak by themselves. In each of the areas of the freedoms, over the last 20 years we have had a significant increases in all these areas, and this 440 million members market gives us also an opportunity, to cluster community to develop. Also, the Polish Economic Institute shows benefits of belonging to Europe. On average, 31% bigger GDP if we had not joined the EU. For me, the second ratio is very important, where we have from 40% of average in 1990, now we have 78%, and we are still growing. We are on the level of Portugal. We overtook Greece. Shortly we will get to the level of Spain. So 20 years of European integration, and we are going the right direction. And now we have clusters. We have huge potential, and the European Commission is willing to use it. More than 1,500 cluster organizations are registered on the platform, and another 1,500 cluster organizations are still in Europe, exist in Europe, and they are not registered. So this is a huge potential, and with our calculations, it is a quarter of the employment in the European Union. So the cluster policy on the European level plays an important role in terms of economic development, how we use this potential. We have conducted also European Union cluster profile mapping, and this is downloadable, and so we will be updating this next year. But a couple of pieces of information which can be useful for the benchmarking study. What is our Polish position within the European Union? The largest number of clusters, these are digital clusters, ICT clusters, but you will see here that in terms of the numbers, the largest number of clusters exist in Germany, but half of them are not registered. There is a German platform, cluster platform, and that's where they have more than 400 clusters and 130 international ones. We have 75, but on the platform the largest number clusters are registered in Spain. Poland is quite well represented on an international scene. And if we now move on to the industry distribution, so digital clusters and agri-food and health clusters and renewable energy clusters, these are the most, they have the largest number of members. And of course we can discuss the Polish structure here, but what I wanted to emphasize, the structure of cluster depends also on the industrial ecosystem and the need of knowledge. So we have some clusters where we have more scientific institutes or universities. We have some clusters where majority are SMEs. And this is quite important from the perspective of the targeted approach to the cluster policy. So it much depends on what we need to support: big companies, small companies, and so. As automotive companies, the cluster structures also they are big companies, big corporations, and so in the construction industry, we have SMEs there as a majority. So the instruments we use and our approach, it needs to be adjusted accordingly. And now, with the analysis we have in place, there is a clear correlation between regions which are more developed and the intensity of clusters. So the regions where the GDP is higher, where the regions where the expenditures on science is bigger, where the regions which have a larger number of patents, and so these are these areas which have a bigger added value. So also they have more clusters. So we have here Baden-Württemberg, Bavaria, Lombardia, Pays-Bas, Catalonia, Denmark. These are regions where clusters are very strong, and also the history of clusters dates back to at least 1990s. There are also negative consequences, as these clusters can also be the most polluted. But this cluster policy also brings some negative consequences. On the European level, try to support clusters, and these are examples of our projects belonging to Horizon 2014-2020, and we support SMEs via clusters, and we are now about to finish this programming period, and implementation also supporting of clusters on the European level, we have invested in internationalization of clusters and also increasing of the subjectiveness of clusters, and we also want to make clusters more innovative. And these experiences made us to establish a seed program to integrate clusters from different ecosystems. We have 30 partnerships in each of these areas, and also intersectoral, interindustrial, cross-sectoral, which gather businesses or clusters willing to solve particular problems like resilience problems or green transition, and each of them, as all these consortia are vehicles to finance SMEs, we believe that clusters know better which businesses should be invested in to solve problems we face, industrial problems we face. And now all Polish SMEs can participate in calls. So please, polskie klastry should encourage Polish SMEs to participate in these competitions. And the most important goal for us, as it is difficult to cover, to provide finance for all these elements, but networking on the European level and different clusters which can cooperate, they can have complementary resources, and they should cooperate for innovativeness to speed up implementation of innovativeness, and to have on the European level the scale for us to be able to compete globally. And that's what we do on the European level, but also next year we will have another call for the partnerships, and this is the process. And my suggestion would be to look for partners abroad now for you to be able to be included in the call. This is our goal. This is one of the examples. And this is an example which can also be a good practice of the Saxony good policy. More than 10 years ago, they invested in development of Silicon Saxony cluster, and it turned out to be a great success. They are also capable of gather other European Union partners, and the Saxony, as I heard a week ago, is going to have a lot of investments into microchips. That's going to be European Union Silicon Valley, and this happened with well-considered intervention of the state. We in Poland also have the Aviation Valley, well-considered intervention of the state. Without this, we wouldn't be as developed as we are. In Poland, we also have good practices of well-considered interventions and Euroclusters. So we want to do the same together with Euroclusters, and we want to do the same on the European Union level. And we have some recommendations for our clusters. And the clusters should be involved in the green transition, in digital acceleration, and building up of resilience. I'm not going to discuss the details, but that's all. We also have the policy toolkit to help, where we put best practices, and I believe the best practices of the benchmarking study will be included to help others use the achievements of the European Union. Let me just give you 3 examples which came to my mind. First of all, France. They create a network of clusters implementing innovations for elderly people and people with disabilities. There is some kind of agreement of the clusters with the national government on that clusters which are innovative in this area are supported. So this is an example of targeted usage of clusters' potential to solve social problems. Another example, Germany. So this is plastic cluster, which integrates of soldiers and their resocialization and returning. They have some problems in modern industry, and it turns out that targeting of prisoners can help to find employees and also helps them to abandon their dark past. And another example from Spain. In Spain, there are targeted finance for clusters to increase energy efficiency and decreasing of CO2 emission for clusters. So their goal is to undertake this kind of activity together with their member companies. I'm telling you about these 3 examples as clusters, so these are not only business but also helping of the state policy developments. And let me encourage you to do the same. And there is another element in France. That's something what we can discuss more in the panel. They started to create vocational schools for students between 15 and 18 years of age, and clusters play important role. And the cluster coordinators are like headmasters of vocational schools, and the students get direct knowledge, not from universities, not from classrooms, but from businesses, from companies. And clusters, in fact, are required to include students in their activities and to improve their curricula. And before I finish up, this is our agenda for 2022-2023 on the European level. Let me encourage you to participate in this initiative, Clusters Meet Regions. We developed this to increase awareness of policymakers, politicians, on what kind of clusters they have in their areas, but also we want to increase the awareness of clusters and clusters coordinators of what policymakers, what politicians expect. And this is more than we expected. In Lithuania, in Spain, in Croatia, it made a significant integration and intensifying of cooperation between ministries, regions, and the cluster environments. And this is also a place where we can promote regions, connecting regions with other regions and clusters in Europe, making people aware who they can work with. And C2Lab, that's another thing, that's development of project development. We can meet, and there are groups of clusters, and we help them develop projects on the European level. Another thing, what you know, clusters boost academies, and now we have a call for another edition we have 40 cluster managers who for 4 days have coaching on how to manage clusters in terms of the business strategy, how to acquire funds, and how to develop strategies. And let me encourage you to participate in this cluster tops. And after COVID experiences, when on a daily basis we had contact with the industry, we knew what was happening. So this is something what we pass as the most important policies to make people aware. And we also get feedback on what is happening in the market. Let me just mention also so-called cluster business commercial missions. We have also a call. Feel invited. All clusters are invited. So we are going to have a mission to Taiwan and to Morocco. And Polish clusters are not much involved, and this is an opportunity to establish some contacts outside of Europe. Before I finish, as this slide shows, clusters can participate in transfer of public money, public funds. That's what we do with one or more clusters. Clusters can, together with other institutions like scientific institutions, be involved in getting finance as beneficiaries. Clusters can also be a driving force of projects and to develop finance engineering. And here's the weakness of clusters, European clusters, as understanding of financing and developing of business cases from the financial perspective is quite weak, quite poor, and clusters as beneficiaries by development of their competences. And there's a large number of financial instruments. It is not only to finance clusters, but also for clusters to be able to use finance sources to develop economy. And that's the website where all possibilities, financial possibilities, are provided, and they are bigger than on the European Union level than the structural funds. And structural funds sometimes discourage you from participating in these programs, but they are worth of doing that, as we have here competitiveness, and we also deal with businesses and clusters from European Union. So this will give you a different feeling of the place where you are, how you can position in terms of technologies and the market. And also European funds, Innoreg. You can also use these, and InvestEU and funds for loans and guarantees. We developed a website where easily you can navigate through all these options and feel invited to do this. I'd like to encourage you to use these, and I'm telling you this because the public part of the finance is the major aspect of interest for clusters. But there is also a large number of financial tours on non-public funds, and we are going to run this kind of policy within the European Union. We are going to invite, to encourage and create conditions to increase the cooperation with venture capital, for you to be able to use private funds as well. Thank you very much. And in Košice we have had the very first events with European and Ukrainian companies. That was also participated by the Prime Minister of Ukraine and the Ukrainian clusters since March, when the war broke out. They started to create and quickly develop, and there are more than 50 clusters and a huge potential in terms of knowledge and capabilities to cooperate. I'd like to invite Polish clusters to get involved, and clustery polskie signed a contract for cooperation with Ukrainian clusters, and we will be supporting this also with some programs and dedicated calls. Thank you for your attention, and let me pass the floor to the moderator. Hopefully I was not talking too long.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much for your presentation, your inspiration. No, it wasn't too long, and I must shamefully admit that I didn't know about many of the things that you said, so we will surely continue to analyze these topics for PARP. An interesting thing is the execution of public tasks by but we're only approaching, let's say, the topic on the occasion of the educational policy done by schools. It's a very clear example to us, and we will gladly talk about that. The title of the conference is Cooperation, and clusters know a lot about that. So I think we're among the right people to talk about this issue. Okay? So to make things short, I'd like to pass on the floor to Agata Wancio, Deputy Director at the Department of Innovation and Industrial Policy for the Ministry of Development and Technology. This is a ministry acting as a great partner to us for many years. My department has been executing projects in cooperation with that department. And this is an institution very close to our hearts and close to us, and we're happy to be together, and we're happy that clusters bring us together. So please, the floor is yours. Good morning, and thank you, and I can confirm our close relationship or marriage, and I hope it will continue. All our projects and initiatives revolve around clusters indeed. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just like as Paulina, I learned a lot from Marek's presentation. What I am particularly happy about is that he alluded to this unified market, common market, because at a first glance perhaps it might be a loose correlation, but the single market is very close. The quintessence of this is cooperation. So exactly the things that are in clusters, but the way and the manner of execution might differ a bit, but we basically mean the same things. The topic of this meeting is a bit of a rhetorical question, I think. Nobody would probably verify this thesis in a negative manner. So, as to many people can speak, and I will not try to convince you. You need no convincing as to the benefits of that cooperation. I was to allude to the cluster policy, and I wanted to come back for a moment to the history and to say some things about what we are planning and what, thanks to the cooperation and EU from the regions and clusters, what we can and we want to do in the upcoming years. Our activities revolving around clusters are to be based on the document that probably some of you already know, if not from its content, at least from its name, the assumptions of a cluster policy in Poland after 2020. And what was, I believe, a new element in this approach compared to what we had previously, and two things that I wanted to note here. The first thing is that this is a document that was created in a very participatory approach. We have appointed a working group to which we invited representatives of regions who are key players here, representatives of clusters, both the key ones that we cooperate most closely but also representatives of other clusters that are at the even less advanced stage as this element of cluster environment, the area that should be taken care of more than so far. So I think that is one distinctive feature. And the second one, I would say, is that we arrived at the conclusion that the activities of the administration in cooperation with clusters should be more two-directional than one-directional. It's not that administration can support clusters in various directions, but that clusters can give a lot to administration and can cooperate with administration on the execution of the key goals that the state sets for itself. And it is a big challenge. I don't have like big challenges here. We are looking at what other countries are doing and how that translates into our conditions. We have nonetheless numerous ideas and plans that we can cooperate, and we can cooperate with PARP for these initiatives, for implementing these initiatives as quickly as possible and for them to be effective. As for the point of view of the state policy from this governmental level or central level, so to speak, the role of clusters here in this document has been stressed at least in several areas. At least it's very important. As for the document itself, we might venture, we might try and evaluate, let's say, from a mid-term evaluation as to what has been done so far successfully and where are the better parts, where are the new circumstances that the policy should allude to and which appeared in the meantime. And the reality is so dynamic, there are so many variables that appeared here that this will surely translate into the policy. But going to the operational level of the cluster policy, so outside the document itself, what we are planning in the upcoming future is the reactivation of the working group that was appointed at that time in order to initiate perhaps to a more degree and more to coordinate perhaps, or maybe be a coordinator and facilitator of a policy from, let's say, various levels. I mean, cooperation with regions here. A lot of good things are happening there, but everyone is focused on their own tasks and ongoing work. So if there is no forum or space to share knowledge and good practices here, then it, let's say, it occurs more rarely than it could. So that is some space for better cooperation. That is what we want to focus on. Now, as for that part of the policy that should focus on cooperation within clusters, execution of public tasks, strategic goals regarding of what they are. At least a dozen of such areas could be identified, and we could already talk about specifics with the clusters. Where do we see the biggest opportunity for cooperation here? And I think Marek also mentioned two important issues for clean tech and green transition, which is an absolute priority. Here we're planning an accreditation of innovation centers. One type of such centers are consortia, green innovation hubs, whose primary activity is that focused on green transition of entrepreneurs, generally speaking. And here the role of clusters could be significant. The second thing that appeared here in the presentation was an identification of strategic dependencies. And this is a bit, I would say, a task that we set for ourselves, but there's an expectation from the Commission side that each member state will identify these dependencies on their domestic levels in order to, let's say, have a more evidence-based policy in this respect. As for the concept of open strategic autonomy of the EU, so what we are thinking about at the department, most at the department, is this independence in technological context, or to what degree or what extent it should be created. And in order to identify such dependencies and to work with them, you need knowledge about the value chain, and who has better knowledge about the value chain than clusters. So that is a topic that we would like to cooperate on. These are not some specific instruments where we see financing, but these are very important spheres of cooperation that we notice together with the clusters. And another important task where we are counting on the support of clusters is the one stemming from pinpointing priorities for technological development and limitations in terms of resources. As for investments in technological development, we have structural funds, that is true, but from the point of view of development of certain technological areas, these are relatively small resources, and as it happens in the economics, the needs are good, we need to make decisions, and for them to be smart, we need the process to be as participatory as possible. We have working groups for each specialty. We have 13 of them, but we are aiming at a situation in which we have a smaller number of priorities, decidedly smaller, like 7, 8 such priorities that we as a country can focus on, which does not mean that we believe only these areas to be important, because the economic policy has various prospects and aspects. Right now we're looking at smart specialties from the point of view of technological development and building our position there. So we have numerous, let's say, clusters that are more branch oriented, but we also have clusters that I would refer to as, let's say, technological clusters that are very specialized in such forms of activities, and the role in this prioritization here in this smart specialization could be big. Now, as for the cluster policy in this, let's say, traditional forms, a continuation of what we used to have, so supporting clusters in them being increasingly better in supporting their own members. Generally, that is their basic fundamental goal of existence. Here, PARP is a different department, but still PARP is organizing an instrument which is directed this time not only to key clusters but also pan-regional clusters, so those that want in the shorter or longer perspective join clusters. Now, the specificity of operations there is that the core of operations is not within one region but in 2, 3 groups, so it's more dispersed, so it's more difficult for them to cooperate with regional authorities. Hence, a decision was made that these are clusters that we will take care of, and I'm interested to see what types of clusters these would be, and generally speaking, what will the effects of this activity be ultimately. Now, as for what the clusters can obtain financing for in order to better develop still these types of activities which are strategic in terms of their activity, that can reinforce their potential, whether structural or staffing or potential for providing services, although the main focus is put on pro-innovation activities. So in order to make use of this support, and the offer of clusters directed at their members must consider and it must be for activities that are aimed at developing innovation. That can be the understanding of innovation can differ depending on the specificity of the cluster. So, but this is something that each cluster has to define in their plan of operations. Apart from benchmarking, I won't talk about benchmarking because there will be a special panel dedicated to that, so I will not want to take up more time for that. What I am personally counting on during this meeting is that we will have an opportunity to think even deeper on what stems from that photography collected during the test. There are many results which are very interesting. So I hope that we'll be able to discuss a bit more about the perhaps reasons for the such results, and I wish you and myself for this day to be very fruitful in terms of our discussions, recommendations. We are very open. Also, not only in terms of voices relating to the studies results themselves, but also to issues that I talked about that refer to broadly understood cluster policy, so that we can, as fully as possible, consider your voice in our operations. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation, and I'm happy to be here with you today. Thank you very much, Agata. So we have the European and domestic perspective, and now to move to the key aspect of our meeting. The upcoming hour will be devoted to presenting the results of the research. So we wanted to have presentation of the results together with an expert opinion and presentation of 2 practices, all that within 1 hour. We wanted to tell you as much as possible here in the rooms, and that we can so that we can discuss about it behind the scenes later on. We have a hybrid event, and so we have participants here and abroad, and then Maciej and Michał Tron, they will be presenting in a hybrid form as well. So we have a gentleman here with us and another one in hybrid form and remotely joining us. Thank you very much. The presentation will be divided into 2 parts, and Michał Tlon in the first part will present the preliminary test results, but due to the time restrictions, I will show you more what this report includes, then focus on discussion of results. Michał, you can start. Hi, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the results. There are only 2 of us presenting, but we have a much bigger team that has been working on it. The current edition was formed at the mandate of PARP by Innoreg and the Polskie Cluster Association of Employers. If you could please change the slide. Current benchmarking study is a cyclic one organized by PARP for a long time. The previous study was done in 2010, 2012, 14, 18, 21, and now we have the current one. In the current study, we have 41 clusters and more than 640 members of the clusters, so it is very comprehensive. The results contain the most important conclusions on the status of development of clusters for 2020-2021, and I would like to note that the research period is the period of the pandemic and its related restrictions, so we need to factor in certain conditions associating that period as part of the research. A very big element of that are good practices, so there are various recommendations sent to stakeholders as members of the clusters, to the state administration, the local authority administration, and to other units which have an impact on the cluster policy at the state level. In our test, in our study, the main goal was to present the best practices selected in the tested clusters and formulating recommendations in a way that they could be easily implemented in other units with benefit. Now, if we look at the indicators that have been presented, their number has been reduced to 88 from 114 in the previous version. And I'd like to thank all clusters participating in the study, the coordinators and participants, for passing on these data. We know that in certain cases this involved a lot of work and effort, so thank you, and thank you for the involvement of the Klastry Polskie Association members. Without that, the entire research would not have been possible. Now, as for the research study itself, in order to participate in it, you had to pass through certain filtering criteria which decided whether a cluster could participate in it or not. Those criteria was legal status and activity for at least 3 years, which was very important because the identified clusters which had their operations in a shorter period of time, although dynamically developing, they did not participate directly in this study, although there have been some recommendations presented there as well. The critical mass, on the other hand, so at a minimum 20 members which had to participate in that cluster, and finally a specific organizational form, so a formalized cooperation of entities making up the entire cluster. Now, as for detailed elements, I will refer you to the report from the study that is very detailed in specific elements. I will not present it to you because I heard that we are very short on time, so I don't want to go into too many details, so I wanted to refer you to the report in that respect. The report is available in its final form already. Now, as for the average number of members in the clusters, that is an interesting observation. Over the last decade, so 2010 to up to 20, until this study, the average number of members is growing. In 2010, we had merely 39. Now, in the current version, it is 102 members. So we see that dynamics are very big. The biggest number of clusters were created in 2010-2014, so over 50%. Now, due to the fact that the number of members was increased, we created so-called very big clusters with over 121 members. Among the group of members from the cluster, 84% of the members are enterprises. So that is from a purely statistical point of view. Now, as for the sectoral division, the entire structure was split into 6 sectoral groups, so that each and every one of them could be represented by a number of minimum 4. The analysis was performed at a general and detail-oriented level, and in the final report you can have a detailed look into an overview of specific elements of the entire group. It should also be noted, the employment should also be noted. There, you need to be aware that the general number in the clusters grew, but as for the general number of employed, in 2014 in the clusters we had only 96.5 thousand people, and now currently the number exceeded 675,000. So the clusters, the significance of clusters is dynamically growing. We can observe that we are observing a constant growth of the number of members in the cluster, and that Maciej Piotrowski will comment on this in more detail, but as an example you can pinpoint the clusters of global innovations in Canada that can be a very interesting and inspiring direction of development for certain clusters, but we will talk about that further on in more detail. As you can see, the critical mass of clusters in Poland is growing considerably. For that reason, they are becoming a significant partner for the state, regional, and local authorities in the context of economic development. In this context, it is very important that clusters can be included more and more in execution of public tasks. In the recommendation part, this motive will be commented on in more detail. Now, as for general observations, it might be said that we are observing increase in level of growth of clusters, which is interesting, especially since 2021 were very unique, so to speak, and here the administrative restrictions and the burdens related to that have impacted clusters strongly. Despite that, we are observing a clear growth of clusters. There's a smaller number of weaker clusters. The disproportions in the has decreased, and the best element is what depends on the cluster itself, so the processes within clusters, and that is something that should be definitely noted. As for the critical mass that I have mentioned at the beginning, it is important because here we are observing a very big correlation between the results obtained by the best clusters, so those calculated among KKK clusters, so the biggest key clusters, and mature ones. These are two groups in which the results are the best. Of course, this is the result as per intuition, and this confirms that the status is of significance. We can clearly say that the size of the cluster positively impacts the general assessment of that structure. And out of different elements that should be noted, I think it's very important to have a strategy which is subjected to updating as per the changing environmental and economic conditions. The dynamics of economic changes is so important that maintaining a constant strategy for many years may be ineffective. So adapting and in changing the strategy as per the changing economic conditions is gaining significance, especially since on the one hand, let's say we've had the pandemic period, then we had the war in Ukraine, the famous black swans that can appear in economy and can change the conditions, temporary conditions. These are elements that clusters should take into account. One more thing, I wanted to offer some words about the weak and strong aspect of clusters. We have a non-symmetrical distribution between weak and strong aspects. The identified weak aspect, there are many, the number is much smaller. The element that I've mentioned at the beginning that depends on the internal structure of the clusters, so the management process is functioning in the cluster. These are the biggest advantages of clusters at all levels of the analysis. A significant important element that is communication in all of the clusters, and that communication factor, paradoxically, due to the pandemic, the communication has been improved in that period. Clusters which have deployed various communication measures online have managed to communicate directly with a much higher number of members than previously done in the form of traditional direct face-to-face meetings. And third element, market activity. It's a very important factor, market activity. It decides on whether the cluster in the long run can survive. So this market activity factor has also been assessed as a pro. As for the weak aspects, traditionally financial resources. Here, of course, the distribution in the tested structure is very different. Some clusters are in very good financial condition, some in a very weak. But for the entire group, the financial resources are, let's say, the weak aspect of clusters. Now, as for other weak aspects that should be taken into account, in certain cases, infrastructural resources, which pertains more to medium-sized clusters and small ones, it is there that the infrastructural factors need to be improved. And finally, an element that we'd like to notice as well is the development of innovation in clusters. Some clusters are very innovative and can serve as a model for innovation, but in some clusters that innovation is at such a stage that it requires improvement and elements that need to be still worked on. Here I think Maciej Piotrowski will present those elements more broadly in direct recommendations. Now, not to take up more of your time and to move on to this more interesting part related to direct recommendations, thank you very much, and I pass on the floor to my friend.
Thank you, Michał. Unfortunately, as for the broader presentation of results, the frame agenda will not allow us for that, and I'm not going to spend too much on discussing this, but I would like to concentrate on two things. The benchmarking system is based on aggregate synthetic ratios. We aggregate some fractional elements and we present them as 0-1 values, and it has advantages and disadvantages, and with this we are able to aggregate different types of activities of clusters with different measures, like number of people, money, number of events, number of organizations, and with that we can compare clusters, we can compare them in different aspects, and we can present their position with a couple of figures instead of 88 different ratios. On the other hand, with this we lose some insight into those individual elements constructing each cluster, so that's why I'd like to invite you to read the report where we presented in-depth analysis of each of these 88 ratios. Of course, there is no time, we do not have enough time to discuss all these ratios, but I believe this is the added value of the report compared to the previous editions issues when only partially discussed those ratios, and now we are concentrated much more on individual ratios, and it gives you an opportunity to compare the different additions, if there are any significant changes, if there are some unexpected phenomena, if we have observed some dynamics in changes of clusters. So this is clearly identified and reports, and these phenomena are also interpreted in the report. Like some ratios, we have increased number of academics involved in in the clusters in institutions, within institutions, organizations, or individually, and we also have more scientific infrastructure available. What was also mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, a large number of clusters still offer external finance to their members. Some clusters cooperate with some venture funds on loan funds or seed capital providers. 85 clusters now have their strategies. These strategies are not constantly updated. This is something what I'd like to note. And sometimes what we do, we collide data with data provided by coordinators with data provided by members. There is some kind of discrepancy. And as for strategy, only 51% of the members confirmed that they would be involved or they had been involved in developing of the strategies. So this so my suggestion would be to be more participatory in development of the strategies, as this may also significantly affect operation of clusters. As I said before, in the benchmarking we have 88 ratios. Some of them are components, they aggregate individual categories like the communication platform functions or types of pro-innovative services. So I believe that they are quite interesting. This is quite interesting asset, easy to understand for regular users who would not necessarily want to climb on the high mathematical level. That's why I'd like to invite you to review it as part of the report, and very briefly about recommendations. As for the recommendations, we wanted them to be developed in a participatory way to include what we got from clusters and cluster coordinators, and we wanted to show experiences in cooperation with clusters. And also we wanted to include experiences of association of employers of Polish clusters, and we also used our own reviews, and we had some internal meetings with representatives of the public administration for these recommendations to be consulted to make them more practical, hands-on. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss all these recommendations one by one, but let me just note two recommendations. First, it is the support of local governments in terms of the developing of developmental policy with the usage of clusters. This shows that clusters should be more involved in development of the public policies, but in different regions, not all the regions believes that it would be possible to involve clusters. Like Marek said, the usage of clusters for some kind of transfer of funds to final beneficiaries. There are some developmental challenges. It can be lacking knowledge or experiences of local governments on how these instruments can be used, but also some objective barriers, like legal barriers, may exist, and this may prevent local governments to cooperate, to work with clusters. So I believe these are important recommendations. Another thing is the last bullet point, further increase of numbers of clusters. And in Canada they have the national clusters idea. Originally they are now global clusters of innovation, and so for those leading 5 clusters, the Canadian government supporting development of the clusters, they abandoned the idea of regional approach of clusters, and I think it is important as we observe the increasing number of members, but the regionalization aspect loses its role. For technological clusters which gather companies from all over the country. So probably we need to consider other solutions. And obviously We also have another matter which was also a part of the last report, so development into different layers. I mean, increasing of activity of clusters on international scene, and secondly, directing of activities to members of clusters to increase their activity. I'm saying about this as this is the area with the most frequently pointed out by members of clusters as important. Unfortunately, I will not be able to discuss these aspects more broadly. We have heard already appreciations to different organizations. So I would like to say thank you to representatives of the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, particularly Monika Antonowicz. It is not an easy project, and with this approach we have a big satisfaction, professional satisfaction, and we believe that this is a product which can be broadly used. I mean, the report will be broadly used. Thank you very much. Maciej, thank you very much. Michał, if you are online with us, if you are still online, thank you. My impression is that we are a part of a marathon with the presentations, but this is because of the need, post-pandemic need, to meet here, to listen people talking, and we want to pass as much knowledge as possible. And now let me invite Arkadiusz Powierski, a professor from Szkoła Główna Handlowa, who has been with us from the very beginning. Could you comment on the study? Thank you for offering me this possibility to share my thoughts as a part of my involvement in the benchmarking process. And I also have this dynamic perspective, and I understand the development of clusters in Poland, and now the first observation is in reference directly to who we studied. Please note that we increased by 1/3 the number of members of clusters who were involved in this edition of the study. So now we have 662 members of clusters, and last time it was 435, which is one of the reasons and one of the piece of data. If we add this piece of data to other pieces of data, this will show how the critical mass of clusters is growing, and the clustering in Poland is dynamically growing. And the increase in number of members of clusters and development of clusters in Poland is because of some coordination activities on the national level, like Association of Employers Cluster Polskie is a voice of clusters, which requires some support for clusters. I have witnessed in ministerial group this, and this brings some benefits. Not only dynamic comparison shows this, but also the international comparison. The SGH Warsaw School of Economics and Madam Professor Marta Mackiewicz, we participated as a part of V4 group, and I can confirm that the clustering in Poland deals really good in this region in terms of competitiveness, and the Poland within the region is not the best probably, but as for clusters we are much ahead of other V4 countries. Our partners from other countries had problems to find some right people to talk with. It was difficult to find some clusters for interviews or to identify clusters. We know that in Poland the situation is totally different, and it is also because of benchmarking of clusters in Poland, which is carried out by Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and as this agency develops a clusters catalog in our country. And from this perspective, the situation is good. What are other perspectives where we are successful? The managerial areas. On the one hand, there's management in between clusters, and many clusters use different services, and a lot of services have been provided by coordinators. And what is also good for me, it is we have two more areas which can be believed our strengths, and they have been strongly emphasized in this report, and they were included in the methodology. After long discussions with the cluster environment, the number of ratios was limited for this study, but two areas were strengthened. These are areas which are of key importance for further development of clusters and competitiveness of businesses being members of clusters. So on the one hand, this is digital transformation, and this digitization area, as we saw in the presentation, was extremely successful. That's not only for IT clusters, but the majority of clusters, this area was very successful and relatively good. We are, which is important for the second transition period, transition area. It is a green transition. I mean, all the ratios which were added in terms of influence of clusters on the environments, and comparing to the last study, we can see a significant increase and progress. So managerial progresses and digital and green transitions, so these are the most important things. And the profanum, what is the profanum? Resources. So that's what was also identified in the presentation as the biggest weakness: infrastructural resources and financial resources, as this is what clusters complain about. They could run more projects if they had funds to have more human resources or to commission some studies externally. But please note that this problem from the very beginning of existence of clusters is there, but there is no simple recipe to solve it. And let me share one more thing with you. We know that in the early years after our joining the EU, we had a lot of funds for clusters. And so I also remember that the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development had a couple of different programs. Obviously, from the scientific point of view, we can say that there is no good definition of clusters, but on the regional level, sometimes 5 businesses in some regions was enough to create a cluster. And with this, we had a large number of cluster initiatives, a large number of projects which were implemented. And a couple of years ago, we were involved in an assessment of clusters, and generally we created a catalog of clusters in the Mazovian region. We had 80 clusters then, and half of them are totally inactive. That was a couple of years ago, and 50% were totally inactive. So some projects were implemented, had been implemented before. So we need to support clusters. We need to support clusters with potential. We need to support strong clusters. But what can we do with those toddler clusters? This is a dilemma which needs to be solved. So clustering needs to be supported, but we should avoid wasting money. What else was another weakness, which is sad for me? financial resources and infrastructural resources, but also development of innovativeness at clusters. This is another weakness, and clusters as an element of innovativeness in Poland are on early stage. They do not realize complete the tasks as they should, as clusters. This is interconnections among companies, data knowledge, universities, and businesses, implementing results of studies. This is not as efficient as in the Silicon Valley in the United States, where clusters are a role model of innovative systems. And another remark, international remark, as we will be also talking about Canadian experiences. Once I was joking with a representative of the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and the Silicon Valley wouldn't be able to qualify to benchmarking as it is defined by Polish agency. So what is happening within the clusters, it is something what is still a challenge and which is of key importance, and coordinators do a good job. But let's hope that this job will bring more benefits in the future. As I said, the Canadian superb clusters, there's a new name for the clusters. The last, as a side note, observation, identical, the same year, that was 2016-17, identical strategy in Canada was made as in Thailand, the same name, but totally different supporting mechanism. In Thailand, it is supporting of super clusters by selecting some industries in some provinces, and international investors were offered some tax releases if they invested in those industries in those provinces. So this is a version of our special economic zone. So Porter created the concept of clusters, and we have different variances and applications in different countries and different systems. So this is a great concept, and I am happy that we will also have an opportunity to learn about the superb clusters in Canada, and to learn how the Canadian system is compatible with the Polish one or the Thai one, and more comparisons, more connections, and the logic will be probably similar to what we have in Poland. Thank you. Thank you. The green transition has already been mentioned as one of the most important for clusters. So now let me invite the waste management cluster representative, Agnieszka Zdanowczyk. I'm shorter, so let me lower this. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, the organizers, and thank you to Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. Thank you for the association. Thank you for involving us, including us in the study. And I am happy that what we have done over the last 3 years, I will have this opportunity to discuss this in this cluster family, And I was thinking about when we had the last chance to speak with clusters, and my impression is that the dialogue with our partners and businesses, this dialogue has been conducted on a regular basis, but we have not been frequently boasting of our achievements in forums like this. And my presentation is animated, so forgive me if there are any difficulties. I hope that it will not be the case. It's not working. It did work.
No myśmy właśnie tak słuchałam o tej
Yes, I was listening about the digital transformation, and I need to admit that we are an example of best practices, and I wanted to be here as good as possible, but digitally we still are missing some things. We are one of we are quite big, one of the oldest clusters in Poland. Now we are 11 years old, and we were set up as a bottom-up initiative, so as B2B initiative. We were started by a group of companies dealing with electrorecycling, and we are a part of the green economy, and today we are in fact a business, an entity which can be called a circular economy cluster. And over the last couple of years we have been thinking about changing our name, but I think this is quite recognizable, and I think our achievements would be wasted if we change the name. We are a key cluster. We have been a key cluster since 2016, and this year we have been once again granted the map of the national key cluster. We operate from the Mazovian region. I'm looking at Madam Szwed and Madam Białczak, as we have a great cooperation with the region, and that's where we coordinate our activities from. And we also have 2 regional centers in Poznań and in Małopolska, and it can be translated into what the cluster structure looks like. We are a national cluster, as in fact we only do not, the only province where we do not have members, it is the Opolskie province. This makes our operation more difficult, as we have problems with the infrastructure, as it was discussed before, as we are significantly dispersed. 40%, more than 40% of members are located in Mazowsze or in a close vicinity, but the balance, they are nationwide, and we implement some projects, and on regional, national, and European level we have 4 European projects started, and we are waiting for more projects, 3 national and 2 regional projects. And we are also a cluster which is a bronze European clusters, and we want to achieve more awards than more than just KKK. And so we represent the waste management industry, but for quite a long time we have had also businesses for which circular economy is very important. Sometimes it is just one of elements of their operations, but our businesses develop the value chain. And we have very small companies, and we also have the national corporations. So we are a representative entity for the industry. We have 146 businesses, and 85 out of these are businesses, are companies. So we are representative for the industry. And what do we do? We try for many years to strengthen competences and to develop ecosystem of circular innovation. And first of all, we want to strengthen the relationships within the cluster and develop the relationships in a systemic way. And over the last 3 years, we have been doing this by activities which deal with digitization and strengthening of our competences, as we are also a coordinator, and we want to direct information, right information to right people. We are aware that over the couple of dozens of years of our operations, we gathered a huge number of experts. We have on board the majority names in the circular economy in Poland. We have quite a lot entities cooperating with us on innovativeness, and we think that we can systemically direct support to our businesses and businesses willing to use our support to be able to say that we get tangible results. And we want to support transformation towards Industry 4.0 and transformation towards circular economy. This is natural, and we want to implement all these activities, and we achieve this by cooperation of work of the cluster members, and we want to use common resources, I mean knowledge and infrastructure. So what did we do over the last 3 years with the support of 237 project? I'm looking at the Polish Agency of Enterprise Development. We digitized the cluster. I think it will work. We digitized the cluster, and I'm showing you now our platform, which is called Uroczy Cluster Box. It is a platform which has 3 purposes. Firstly, it is a website, it is an interface where you will read all the information about the cluster. It is a sales platform, and with this platform we provide offerings, which I will discuss later, and also it is a very extensive CRM, communication platform, and information platform, and matchmaking platform for cluster members. And in a quite innovative way, we solved matters like building of project consortia. We have some tools available for this, and the working groups cooperation, which is also digitized. And the companies can show their resources. We have a showroom for this. They can make them available, but that can be available only inside of the cluster or outside. They can sell their resources, or they can inform other members of the clusters of what is available. And we also have a couple of different functionalities, and it is also a platform which allows you to sell services, not only purchase, but also they can be served through this platform.
We have managed also to digitize all the clusters, resources, issues related to infrastructure within the cluster, and it's offered to the outside. And we have also digitized the cluster itself, so all the accounting issues handled by the platform. So we have, with some problems, this is an ongoing process. Not everyone is willing to go digital and to participate in this, but indeed more and more members of the cluster are making use of it. We've launched the platform on January, and sometimes there are still bugs, but generally speaking, we are at a very reasonable, good place. We're completely functional. So this tool is fully operational. We are reaching out to our partners outside. Now the offer that you see here has been developed into projects. One of them is a project that I've mentioned previously, Cluster Love. That is the first one. That is the green transformation, innovative and green. And the second project, in which we have made our offer more specific, because at the designing stage we haven't noticed certain demands that weren't fully diagnosed. We focused on innovation, transformation, due to the quickly changing legal framework. However, as part of the cooperation with Mazowsze and the use of cluster support, we have created 4 even more services handled by the platform that you can read about. You can contact us all this is handled by surveys as well that give you results as to what part of the transformation process you are at and which transformation you're in, what steps are necessary for a company or organization to be supported. The first service is a programs aimed at changing the business model towards this transition. It is related to the pro-innovation demands, and that is why the pro-inno service has been developed. Also, towards the support of Industry 4.0, it has a financial component. We're trying to funnel in financial support not only to our enterprises, but we also have partners on the outside, and we're trying to show the possibilities of financial support. So if we are making something available and or modeling pro-innovative operations towards Industry 4.0 digitization innovation, we're trying to find some secure financing for those operations. Additional persons supporting the green transition here, that is the core of our activities. Our services related to the carbon footprint. Green is the name of that initiative, and that pertains to operations related to carbon footprint calculation. Quite an advanced tool, not the one like you can find on banking sites. And you can support your operations here, and the through internationalization and calculation of the carbon footprint of your operations. Another area is related to SG, financial reporting. Here we offer support as well, and we also offer support related to designing or eco-design in a broader understanding than merely limited to packaging, involving package design from the very first stage, and technological aspects and business modeling. So the offer is like scrolling here, as you can see. Our, let's say, child entire transition, which on the one hand is offered to our members and companies interested in, is a business offer, let's put it bluntly, but it's also an absolute transformation of the cluster operations, not only in digitization and innovation of making systemic availability of all these services in our operations, but it is also a way of organizing this operations. It very quickly turned out that we have huge resources, but we don't necessarily know how to present them, where to present them. The pandemic has forced us to undertake certain operations, and we've decided, okay, all hands on deck, and we did a change from visual identification, new logotypes, new website. Last year we had a complete a logo of the cluster, so we have changed everything. We've set up the processes differently, and we've organized it, and so together with all the resources that we have, for which I thank you very much, because this was a huge undertaking. A quick overview of all the services here, and that is a moment. Can I take up another 30 seconds, perhaps? Let me try and draw your attention to this one of the unique things that we've managed to create: recycling standards for 7 sectors. That is a confirmation of quality of the offered products this is a standard for recyclers, but ultimately it will serve as a product standard. We have 3 certifying units working right now. We are very proud because this is the first such standard in Poland, the only one oriented at the specified sector. So I think it's worth mentioning this. Also the good practices. I think we're the only cluster to have its own standard, but I think that is the case. There are things that I need to say, so I will take this opportunity and let me invite you to our great feast on June 6th. I hope some of you know what I'm talking about. The platform of the future, the Polish Circular Forum Focus Warsaw, a big holiday, a big celebration of circularity in Poland. Together with Mazowsze, we invite you to participate. There are still free spots available, but I think the last spots are available. And so thank you for the possibility to present these operations. I and the director, we are at your disposal. Thank you very much. Thank you. You do too much. It's impossible to say everything within 10 minutes. The event on June 6th, is it available online, or are the places drying out? Okay, so yeah, let's race. No microphone is being used. Ladies and gentlemen, one more practice before the break. Let me invite Magdalena Łaficka from ICT Morze. I hope we will be able to establish a good connection. Good morning. Good morning, Magda. Can you hear me and see me? Yes, on a very big screen. You can smile at us, and please tell us about this challenge for IT for the Ukraine. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be able to present the West Pomerania cluster. I'm happy that we can connect and I can join you from Szczecin, which is from the place I'm sending my hellos to you. I will share my screen right now. Please just confirm if you can see. No, not yet. Okay, we see the presentation. I would only ask you to close within 10 minutes, please. Stick to 10 minutes. Can you just see the slides changing? Yes, everything is clear. Okay, thank you very much. I represent the ICT Pomorze Zachodnie cluster. We are one of the biggest technological clusters in Poland, one of few, and it's my pleasure to present to you one of the practices on corporate social responsibility as the ICT cluster, the initiative that we undertook with regard to Ukraine. My name is Magdalena Łaficka. I'm an operational director at the cluster. I deal with all the projects, all the clusters that are done. We support new expansions for our customers, both on the regional, local, domestic and international market, and we also have several international projects. We care very much for creating a space for companies, for them to get to know each other, to share experiences. There is a big diversity of companies within our cluster, which I will tell you about. I do R&D also in the cluster related to our sector. As clusters, we have over 70 companies from West Pomerania. I'm sorry, is there something wrong with displaying? Because I'm in the presentation mode and I don't know, is everything okay? If there's something wrong, please let me know via text. We affiliated over 70 companies from West Pomerania. So a couple words about our region. The cluster seat is in Szczecin, in the main biggest city in the region. As for West Pomorze, our characteristics, a big concentration of companies from the IT sector, over 10,000 IT, and all including micro companies, so individual businesses, companies from the modern BPO, R&D, ICT sectors. Many of these companies have foreign capital, including German, Scandinavian, or American. Then the IT sector is developing very swiftly, which can be seen with the growing number of companies, which is a reason to be happy about. We focus on automotive, fintech, and broadly understood digital. Our companies export many services, mainly to Germany, US, and Scandinavian countries. We take care and support companies in their development. We want them to meet one another. We facilitate undertaking business cooperations. We are very active in this respect. We offer both online and face-to-face meetings. We do a branch, sectoral, or cluster breakfast, to which we invite representatives of other sectors like the marine one, and we create a platform for use of technologies such as in the marine sectors. We support companies in promotional or recruitment activities or in HR related activities. We have a closed group, good HR practices. All of them have their specifics, as you might know. So during the pandemic, we took the decision to organize a group and to hold cyclic meetings for our directors, managers, for HR and IT companies. We opt very much for knowledge sharing activities, so sharing knowledge based on diverse, broad experiences and broad competences that our companies have. The diversity, technology, services gives us a great substrate for the development of companies. And now I'd like to move on directly to good practices related to the support of Ukraine. Let me start with certain activities that we've undertaken on a domestic scale. We've been invited by the Southdown Association, and we've joined the Poland for Ukraine initiative. As for our direct activities as cluster IT that we've undertook, it pertained to equipment and things related to our sector. You win wars with logistics, and logistics is about IT today. So we had initiative to collect equipment for Ukraine. Many, over 70 companies have been involved promotionally and communication-wise, and over 10 companies have directly passed on equipment. That equipment, here we're talking about more than a ton of equipment that has been gathered so far. Of course, it was sent in several tranches, it was stored here at the office we see some minor part of that equipment that has been transferred. The collections were done on a regular basis. We've sent 50 laptops, computers, monitors, adapters that provide continuous supply, and telephones that allow wireless communication. So we might say it's strategic equipment, almost a ton of equipment, valued at over 38,000 euros. That is what we have managed to gather so far, together with the companies from our region. And we see more photos here. The shipment of that equipment posed a big challenge because we are talking about devices that need to be secured. So this transport was done on pallets. It was a big organizational challenge and financial one at that. One of our cluster companies took upon it itself. The shipment of such equipment is several thousand zlotys. The pallets were sent for the Ukrainian military, but the transport could not be directly sent from Szczecin to Ukraine. It was sent to Hungary, and from there it went directly. It was passed on directly. We were in continuous, regular contact with the person responsible for IT in the Ukrainian divisions. That person is head of one of the IT companies. One of the companies from Szczecin knew that person from Ukraine, hence that facilitated the ease of operations. We have sent a total of 4 rounds of such pallets. The next one is in progress, so aid operations are underway. We have helped not only by sending equipment, but because some people, like software employees, women, moved to Poland. So I know examples where the head of one of the companies got in the car and went to the border to pick up software employees looking for a safe haven. So that support was organizational. It was here on the spot in Szczecin, looking for an apartment. So the support was much broader than just in the form of sending shipping equipment. We're happy that we could have participated at least in such capacity. That gave us a sense of being able to do something, and I think that in our region the sector did rise to the occasion. We were able to help. I invite you to contact. If you have any questions, I think I can answer them. Thank you, Madam Director. Indeed, this information about good practices, we admire you. It's hard to congratulate, but we hope you find the strength in you to continue to support our friends from Ukraine. And we, in the report, will read about good practices, because the good ones presented today are in the report. And now I'd like to invite you to a short break ahead of the second part of our meeting. Thank you very much for now. Please join us for some coffee, and then please come back.
Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam Ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam Ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie.
O.
Miłego
Dzień
dnia.
dobry, jeszcze raz. Zapraszamy serdecznie.
Good afternoon again. Good morning, actually, still. Please join us back. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, all those still in the hallway, please come and join us back in the room. Invite the panelists. Yeah, let's put Marek in the middle. Okay, so the panelists are already with us. I'm happy to have all of you here. And I'm passing the floor to the chairman from the Polskie Cluster Employers Association, Krzysztof. So there are two institutions were doing the report. We've heard the gentleman from Innoreg, and this is the second part of our partners, Krzysztof. The floor is yours, and wish you a good listen to the audience members. Thank you, and I'm happy that you've come back from this extended coffee break. So I invite you to listen to our panel, and we have very interesting guests with us today, panelists as... Let me start by presenting our female panelists. I will try to be a bit conservative and present and put women as first Ania Moskwa is here with us. Ania is Deputy CEO of the Cluster Polskie Association of Employers. Deputy CEO of the construction cluster, the biggest cluster in Poland. Good morning and welcome. Okay. As an expert on the Polish Agency for Entrepreneurship Development, our good spirit, a person who has involved, has put her heart and soul, and not only in the benchmarking, but who has been devoting herself to clusters for a long time. Thank you. Our next panelist is Agata Wancio. Agata has already spoken to us today as Deputy Director for Innovation and Industrial Policy at the Ministry of Technological Development and Technology. She is the closest person supporting us from the branch of the government. And the next is Alexandra Szwed. Alexandra Szwed is Deputy Director of the Department at the Mazowian Marshal's Office, and this panelist is in the Marshal's Office is not selected by accident. In our opinion, it's the province doing the most for clusters, so we're happy to be able to listen to you today. Okay, and now we have Marek Przeor, the team leader at the Department of Network and Governance at DG Grow. Marek has had a very interesting presentation today, and we're waiting for more input. And last but not least, Adam Owczarek, who is manager of the Łódź ICT cluster, the Łódzki cluster in ICT, and he's also an employee at the Łódź University of Technology. Now, before we start the discussion, I'd like to invite you, I'm talking about the audience members, to participate. I will show you a code that you can download, or actually you have to, not that you can only, but you have to download it, and that code will redirect you to a form, at least to one question regarding what you believe to be the most important service. Why do we have clusters? What can they help us with? What can they help the members of the cluster or R&D units? What is it best used for? You can see the questions. Can you see? Okay, by show of hands, can you see the question? Okay, and vote. Responses. We'll leave the responses to your questions for the end of the panel. And our panelists, if they want to answer this, if they had divided attention, they can do that as well. And then we will compare this with the responses with the topics of our discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the topic of benchmarking, so let me start with policymakers from the national and regional tiers. And PARP has been doing this study for not for the first time. For a question for Ms. Szwed and Wancio, what does this give you? What is especially interesting to you from the point of view of creating the policy for supporting clusters? Madam Director. Thank you. Let me perhaps start. We absorb any knowledge possible, so it will be difficult to decide which information is more useful to us. To us, each piece of information is some important signal that we are using or are planning to use, or something that gives us, teaches us about what works and what should work better from the point of view of the key areas that we deal with. We pay attention more to some areas than to others. What we are absolutely undeniably interested in is, and that's where we deepen our knowledge related to, let's say, generally speaking, cluster operations for innovation of its members, or the environment, the business environment. It is perhaps there will be an opportunity to share some reflections here as well. As for this year's report in this particular aspect, as for digitization, so generally this is also an innovation area, but a very specific one at that, for us at least. And what we have been debating on for some time now is the what we refer to as resources or capacity. So what, in fact, we need for this full bloom, what do clusters lack for this full bloom to execute its full potential? An interesting observation, what is valuable, is that although this research group of clusters differs test to test, so there is no full comparability, but this still allows us to observe certain trends, this cyclic nature with various limitations, methodical, statistical, the fact that clusters are growing, and what it shows us that in this direction, that is the direction which the policy should proceed, for the critical mass of clusters to grow, still grow. In this Polish nomenclature, we refer to very large clusters as those that have over 120 members, but if we look at other countries and their clusters, these would not be very large clusters. So we are still, in quantity terms, there's a lot to be done here still. Though I think that what we want to now, not only in the context of clusters, but also other stakeholders of the innovation ecosystem, is networking in order to arrive at certain synergy effects. Clusters can do it by having this informal alliances or interdisciplinary ones, or in the same sector. And in this aspect, if I could suggest something, we want to focus on how to do it well, to properly network, and the report is for the report to be able to support us in this in the future, when it's useful to you and you approach it in a way that you, thanks to it, you see what we have managed to do thanks to government and ministerial policy, and what else is still to be done. So that's how you approach it. So the weak parts, I think, are financing of innovation and infrastructure, and you can say, okay, now we'll direct our tools in this direction in order to get rid of those weak points. But now to Madam Szwed. Director Wancio has it easier because the report is about all of Poland. The report, as I understand, is not divided into provinces, so your task is a bit more difficult. So the question for clusters who will get their individual reports from the Mazovian one, they will get their individual reports, but would they agree to share their individual reports with their region because then the region sees exactly what's happening in the region. How do you intend to use the report in the region?
To pytanie.
Thank you for asking these questions. Paradoxically, our situation is easier for us when we use benchmarking, as on a daily basis we have contact with our clusters, and there are fewer of them. And we will be more than happy to get those individual recommendations, but I dare to claim that we know all these things, as this is as we meet with them on a daily basis, and without this we wouldn't be able to support clusters. And unfortunately, there are not so many of them as on the national level, so it is easier for us to meet them. And your question was about how can these be used in a region. It is, of course, very interesting for me, and I was really reading this report, which is breathtaking, but as it shows on the one hand that our actions shows if these actions go into the right directions, but also this report shows when we do wrong things, we support inappropriate aspects, and this general study is also precious, as it shows other regions' approach, as other regions also support their clusters. So the report shows how new options to support can be covered or discovered, and some new possibilities can be discovered by other regions. And so we meet other regions, and we need to emphasize this. Once every 2 or 3 months we meet like people who develop regional development strategies, and we discuss things. As many of my colleagues from this environment are with us online, so let me say thank you. As we met 2 weeks ago, we have quite a lot of interesting insights and ideas for the future, and shortly we will start developing new policies for cluster supporting, and I will be happy to distribute the report to them, and I will identify precious, valuable things, and in the next meetings we will be discussing these things in details, and this is very precious asset for regions, and I think it is only one of the elements to shape regional policy to support clusters. And I'm very sorry, but this is not the primary one, this is not the first one. It is just an addition to what we live on a daily basis with clusters. As we meet them, we ask them how to prepare things, to tailor things for them. And let me invite you to the Congress of Polish Clusters in November, and other regions which do not do much for regions probably can learn from you. So let me use this opportunity, and I will arrange transport for you to the city of Gdańsk. We also have a representative of the European Commission, Marek Przeor. This is a great privilege, Marek, that a person responsible for the cluster policy within the European Union speaks so well Polish, and we can easily speak. This is a great handicap for clustering in Poland. So using your presence here, I'd like to ask, what are the plans of the European Commission on clusters? What are your expectations? What are things you will be promoting, what you will be demanding? How should we perceive these things, as your policies will also probably have funds supporting them? And majority these recommendations have been discussed in my presentation. as we wanted to use the participatory methods when we were developing those ideas, and we were working with the ministries of the member states developing those practices, but also we were working with the managers and practitioners. We have 15 recommendations, and these recommendations are continuously important. The most important for us are, let me repeat, as clusters, as leaders of green transition. That's the most important thing for us. Clusters as organizations which are able to accelerate digitization and also building of resilience. Particularly building of resilience and strategic developments. This is a fantastic project. There is a cluster dealing with recycling. This is an example of what we want to promote. For me, it is important that we will take some examples from this study which can be shown throughout Europe. And it is important others to know things, as we have had the discussion on the communication skills of clusters, on what they do. It is also true for national clusters, domestic clusters. The more clusters we have in Poland, and the more they show what they do, the better is the European perception, and the better they know in Europe that that you are worth to work with. This is an intangible asset, and sometimes we forget it. But it is quite important, as continuously on the European level there is a weak involvement of Polish clusters of European level. There are Spanish clusters, French clusters, German clusters, Italian clusters, and Polish clusters. There are trace numbers. Of course, there is an avant-garde of Polish clusters involved on the European level. Of course, much depends on the structural funds, but this is a mistake. As I said, the positioning is important. And now, what is the Commission's expectation? It is exactly what we included in the recommendations. Clusters have this capability, which was proven before, to quickly act quickly, and this hidden knowledge existing in clusters, which is not codified, which is not described by scientists, as it is impossible to make quick decisions and it is an important study. But the fact that you know all these things result from the fact that you are in a continuous direct dialogue. This is exactly it. This is important from developmental factors and the theory of growth. And what clusters input, this is the exchange, and this is the cooperation. It all affects potential of our economy. So that's why it is so important to develop clusters. What are our expectations from clusters on the European level? So these are Euro clusters. Developing of cluster groups which would have a scale and scope to be competitive worldwide, like in microelectronics. And the more Polish clusters are a part of that, the better it is for Polish clusters and the Polish economy, as it is easier to find resources to be added to our domestic resources. It's easier to use our domestic resources. And so what is the Commission going to do? So these are the 3 items I mentioned in recommendations, plus we will, on the European level, we will create groups of clusters, like drones. It is an example of bottom-up activity. You started doing this 4 years ago, and you can negotiate on the European level some standards, you can show the priorities. It is for manufacturing of chips, and the Silicon Valley, they significantly affected the CHIPS Act and its development. Potentially, it is for European Commission, it is a potential to have a partner which knows what is happening in the market, what the market trends are at that particular time, without time delays. So as regulators or policymakers, we can respond faster. This is quite surprising in our relationships on the European level. I started to think that clusters probably are this kind of organization within in the environment surrounding business, that these are organizations very close to business, and they are the best communicators in both bottom up and from up to down, as this is expectations, resilience, green transition. So it is, we are close. So this is what benchmarking shows and proves. For us, this benchmarking report is important because I believe that the English version should probably we should ask Polish Agency for Enterprise Development to submit it, to send it to DG Growth, as on the one hand it shows weaknesses, but it is also a flagship, and this is, I can use it to learn that the cluster and community involved in the study represents 3,500 companies with 700,000 of employees. So now, if you are aware that an average cluster employs in their administration like 5 people, so it is like 40 clusters, so this is like 200 people working towards 700,000 of employees. And so with the benchmarking analysis, we know that you are very efficient, that we have 70% of happiness of companies, of their involvement in the cluster. So this is a strength of our community. And now let me move on to clusters themselves. Anya, what for your cluster, what does that, how important is the report, how this individual report is important, how are you going to use it, is it helpful? I remember our discussion when we were working together, that was quite a big effort for clusters to gather information, particularly from the member companies. Many clusters were complaining that again we need to fill in some tables, but we were emphasizing that we would be generating added value also for those companies. And let me ask Anya and then Adam, from your perspective of your cluster, how can you use the report? Indeed, I can admit that collecting information from 450 companies, it is a big challenge, and as a cluster coordinators, as we have limited human resources, we have been always complaining, but the possibility to compare ourselves with other clusters, this is the benefit which is the most important for us. On the other hand, we are aware that our companies, members of our clusters, respond in a survey which is prepared, developed by external properties. So there is a great chance that they will say the truth. And sometimes they tell to us that things are perfect, but when we get individual reports, we know what are our strengths and weaknesses, what are areas needing improvement, and it also gives us a possibility to compare with other clusters and to see what other clusters do, what kind of services they offer, how they develop, what is the level of the happiness of companies they work for, as clusters are organizations working for the benefit of their members. So this is one of the most important tasks. So for us it is a practical lesson and motivation for development, and it is also a lesson to learn what we do well, what we should improve, which direction we should take, where we need to get in 1, 2 or 10 years. So good practices, I really appreciate, as a manager, a cluster manager, I really appreciate best practices, as you can learn from others. We can say, okay, let's do this or let's do that. Absolutely, best practices, this is more than obvious. Adam, what do you think, as we have a representative, a head, a deputy head of the biggest cluster in Poland? You are not the national key cluster, so your perspective may be different. Can you use this report? How can you use this report? Thank you very much. So we are not a key cluster, we are not a specific cluster, because our area of activity is concentrated on acquiring of human resources for companies, and we also handle with we struggle a lot with finding human resources for IT, but as for benchmarking, it is a great opportunity to make some calculations nationwide, to make the voice of the community to be hearable. As we have been talking from the very beginning today, there are some areas which are important, like financing infrastructure. There are some regions which are very active in responding to the demand, like the Marshal's Office of the Mazovian province. We know that funds are addressed to areas which are important from the perspective of a region, but this good practice can be also grafted to other regions, and we can also can be also a source of inspiration. We can learn from others, we can learn from bigger ones. And this report can also help us to define our pathway. Either we may have just 50 members, as it is the case now, or we can grow. Either we may take care of getting to know each other, or we may be more like a bulk organization. So we can also learn what is the status of others, what the situation looks like with others. And now we have those individual reports, and it is super important, as this comprehensive report is important for policymakers, but the individual feedback is, we are waiting for this. And we can also compare yourself with yourself if you are in another version of the report, so you can summarize your progress to what you had in the previous years. And now let me speak to the public, to the cluster members. Feel invited to get involved in the next benchmarking, to have this opportunity to look into the mirror and to have observations of your own progress. And before we finish, let me ask Monika Antonowicz, representative of Polish Agency of Enterprise Development. You are an initiator of institution organizing the study. Monika has read the report. And what is your benefit? What is your assessment of where we are? Let me avoid suggesting things. Maciej told us that we are in a better position than we used to be. Are there any surprises in the report, or is the case as you expected it? And how can Polish Agency of Enterprise Development use this? Polish Agency of Enterprise Development use reports to create policies in technologies to consider which directions of the policy we should take and to understand weaknesses of clusters. And we also need to understand what was developed in the assumptions to the new cluster policies after 2020. I mean, how we can use clusters. I am more involved in this task and activities of the Polish Agency of Enterprise Development to animate cooperation with the cluster community, not only animate the cluster community, but also to support and to show where we believe the potential of cluster lies. Now, this study is important for us to know where the potential lies, and the clusters may fail to understand it, as those cluster meetings are not very frequent and your community have an opportunities to share your experiences. But in the report we have 13 good Polish practices, best Polish practices. They are selected best practices, selected out of a huge number, and 80 practices which have been submitted to us. So these are just representative ones, and there are similar things done by a couple of different clusters, so we want to help you in cooperation and inspiring one another, and the policy makers and implementing policies created by the Ministry of Development and the Ministry of Fund. We perceive how we look how we can support you for these political and economic goals to be achieved. And let me also say that this report, for me, it is not a surprise, as I have been working with your community for quite a long time, and I understand your growth. I know that you have more members, more companies, clusters are bigger, but you also undertake a large number of activities. You cover more areas, and we have expert clusters, as it was in the presentation of recycling. As a circular economy, this is some kind of specialty, and we have clusters which are more cross-sectional, so it is not a single specialization. It is also clearly visible in the report that multiple areas, industry areas, clusters can do different activities. So that's another potential which can be used for the policy to be more efficient for businesses. We have huge data, we have a lot of information, positive information, and there is a growing potential for making clusters our partners for discussion and economic development. A large number of areas are covered, and they have their own expertise, and the quality of services is very high. And that's what we really like using, and what we can use in our operations. So we still can think how cluster can support development and implementing the political goals, and also how clusters can help us to achieve those goals defined by the Commission, like to develop our green economy, to become more modern, and also to become more resilient to some difficulties. And this is what we can expect from cluster, and this is what can be addressed in our cluster policies. So that was about benchmarking and the benchmarking report. Of course, I'd like to encourage you to read the report. It is not a very extensive document, only 250 pages. and there's a general part, and there are individual parts. So for long summer evenings, a good document to read. But this conference deals with cooperation, and I would like to involve my panelists to consider cooperation. Marek has already started talking about the expectations of involvement of Polish clusters more to European activities. I do not have to oppose to what you said, but I will agree that few Polish clusters operate or are involved in the cross-European projects, as we stick to the fact that we have available funds here. Italians or Spains or Germans, in fact, do not. Germans do, but French or Italians do not have their domestic funds, so they are more active on a European level. But let me be more controversial here. If we compare some programs, as I'm also a cluster manager, the European ones needing some effort to build a consortium with involvement of a couple of countries, having relationships, write a project in English, divide or split work packages. So it is complicated, but if we compare attractiveness of European project with what we have in Poland, I mean internationalization of clusters, it is not profitable for Polish clusters, particularly the key clusters, to act internationally, as what we have in Poland is more comfortable. And the question is, do you believe that there will be some modifications? Is this package available tools to support cooperation of European cluster? Is this package closed or frozen, or do you have this observation that the Poles, Czechs, or Spains are not that much involved, so you are going to change something, or it is more rigid, more fixed? We operate in some financial frameworks in the period 2021-2027, and on the slide I displayed those programs which are directly or indirectly offered. There are plenty of possibilities to participate, but you need to want to be involved. So the Commission is not. So sometimes some people write about smart specialization. It is like bringing a horse to a river, but you need to make it to drink. So it may be that this is probably too imaginary, but it is not the case that the European Commission is going to force the horses to drink water. So this is for those who want to use it. We offer a platform. We offer some possibilities. We offer finance. So if you are in a market, if you are able, so please do this. And there are some Polish clusters involved, but those clusters who are not willing to do that. So that's their problem. So this is a problem of the European Union. As we started in the European Fund of Regional Development, there is a new instrument, Intelligent Innovation Investment, and that's where for those less developed countries there are some special availability options, and the result is a majority of applications are for the higher added value strand, and we have a problem with finding applicants to those cooperation levels, and the question is why. This is capacity building. That's one side of the coin, and countries like Poland or countries using European Fund of Regional Development, they have funds for internationalization, as they don't want to use our options as it's more comfortable, or some funds can be cut on the European Fund of Regional Development to motivate you to use our funds, or you can force the horse to drink water. That's not the thing we are going to do. So answering your question, this is a gradual process, and much will depend on the Polish clusters. They need to understand that but there are benefits which are not directly related with finance, but more with the knowledge transfer, technology transfer, understanding where you are. You can understand new trends which are not like in European Fund of Regional Development.
Direct contact with entrepreneurs who are in the same sector surely enforces operations. So, are we going to offer some additional funds for cluster support? No. We're going to work in the respect that we have at the level of designing, intelligent design, innovation. That is where we already have that element, and now we're waiting for those who want to act. The framework is there, and that is an important message to Polish clusters, indeed, to follow what is happening at the European Commission. Marek, in his presentation that opened our meeting, a very interesting presentation full of information, showed this ECCC platform, Green Cluster Collaboration Platform, financed by the European Commission, which is not only an internet platform, there is a whole set of activities that Marek mentioned, like C2 Lab, the Cluster Booster Academy, Cluster Smith region. So a whole set of various activities. And if I can just encourage the Polish clusters to observe, register. If you haven't registered yet, do so, because it's really worth the effort. It's a place where you have up-to-date information, where you can obtain partners. It's a really good thing that the Commission is doing to promote cooperation among us. Okay, now from the point of view of a cluster, Anya, how do you assess the international cooperation? Is it worth the effort, or should you sit and play in your own backyard only? It's a rhetorical question, it seems. Of course, it's easier to use the funds available on our national or regional market. We know how to use those funds. We know how to reconcile them, and it's definitely easier for us. But we have a long history of international cooperation. We have been doing several projects. Some of them are still in place. We hope that this cooperation that we started on a small scale, like the ones with 5 clusters, or with the financing of 60,000 euros from Erasmus, with a Slovenian cluster, these activities bring effects. Once we know the partners, once we know what to expect from them, we can go into large projects. It's hard to apply to the EU Commission. Both the conditions are and the forums and all that. That's new to us, and we're afraid sometimes. So it's easier for us to go in more convenient and comfortable conditions. But from the point of view of a cluster coordinator, but also at the level of an entrepreneur, this interest in international cooperation is huge. Our companies are undertaking projects from the Horizon Change prospect. They are preparing new forms for subsidies. They're incomparably higher than what we have at the domestic level. So from our point of view, the cooperation is worth the effort. Cooperation. Okay, let me butt in. Allow me to interrupt you for a bit. If you were to select in points, what are the biggest benefits from execution of a project outside, non-domestically, a list of benefits: contacts, relations, new opportunities for growth. These would be the three most important things that give us, that execution of projects on an international level can give us. From contact within a given project or task, we see what the partner represents, what we can expect from them, and what they can expect from us, and that translates into B2B contacts later on, because projects are usually done between clusters. But is there some translation into the interest of your members who do business with those companies? In the projects that we have done, companies were actively participating. So yes, this does translate into the benefits for companies themselves. It depends on the projects, of course, because companies that invest their time and money want obviously some tangible effects, but definitely we are doing this for companies. I mean, we are doing this for ourselves, for the development of our organization, because if we are strong as an organization, companies will even use that. But to answer your question briefly, yes, companies are using that. It's a bit cascading. We as a cluster of, we are a member of the European cluster areas. Part of that, we have 20 member states. I think 20. Antonio, I think, corrected me that there are more than 21. I think now there are 5 clusters in Poland plus another group, and we represent the interest of 60 something clusters. So we talk to the Spanish Association of Clusters, clusters from Germany, and anyone basically, and then we can give the opportunity to you clusters to talk with your counterparts. But when you talk between clusters, you also create opportunities for company contacts, intercompany contacts. Tomorrow, as the Association of Polish Clusters, we are submitting a motion from the Czech and Estonians and Romanians and the European Cluster Alliance. We're filing for support of 1,500 Ukrainian companies. So the same concept as organizations, we come to terms together in order to support companies, and the support will happen through building contacts of Ukrainian companies with our companies from member states in the EU countries. So absolutely, I'm asking you, like, provocatively, but ultimately you just have to say that this is profitable. But now, Madam Szwed, it is quite commonly everyone admits that cooperation, international cooperation of clusters is beneficial. Then, especially among numerous self-governments in Poland, the feeling that you do anything for clusters and with clusters, that it makes sense and constitutes a form of support for regional development. Such a feeling is not common in Poland. For years, ECCP came up with the Clusters Meet Region, I think 2 years ago. The first Congress on the development, on the cooperation of regions and clusters as the Congress of Polish Clusters, we've done in 2017 or 18, already then we knew that this is something that needs some work. And now, my question to the director from an office, from a province that is best at executing this. Why does a local government need this cluster noise? It is beneficial. I hope that ultimately we will just sit and relax. But I think the first impulse was in the form of EU Fund 713 and all that perspective when some way of thinking about possibilities of financing such initiatives started in Poland. For us, this coincided with building smart specialties and entrepreneurship discovery. We need to approach this holistically, and it needs to be said that the authorities are very consistent in this. We felt that this is part of the ecosystem, and that our obligation, but in fact our priority, is to invest in such initiatives, cluster initiatives, because at that time those were the initiatives, not clusters. We need to invest in that because a regional development policy is not based on clerics. We pinpoint some areas, we prepare strategies, but then we let in the entire ecosystem that is responsible for handling it. And then the policy, the EU's funding policy, said stop as for clusters, and we said okay, something started to go right. And in Mazowsze we had 80 cluster initiatives, but when the financing closed there were 40. So now we know why the cluster initiatives were created. There was a bit of a conviction among the environment that they said, it's just money. And then we decided to support those who indeed want to be part of supporting our region. Like I said, it's several clusters for now and several cluster initiatives. We decided that this pathway is important. My friends from the team say it's like from preschool to a professional career, from Przedszkole to Opole, a famous talk show, a famous performance show. In Opole, the symbol is the EU, that is the international world, and alluding to what we had heard a moment ago, is it worth applying for funds directly? I mean, if someone manages to do that, they won't come back to us. The funds there are more interesting and more sublime. But coming back to us, we made the decision in 2015 that we are filling this gap of lack of financing. I'm not going to say that it has lack of financing, but we found a gateway. We have been doing a competition since 2016 in 2 areas. First is a domain for clusters, for smaller sums, the services that cluster managers direct to the inside, so building a cluster from within. And second, like twice as much funds for building clusters for others stepping outside. What Agnieszka said in presenting her cluster, so when they maintained funds, they received funds from domestically, and it showed us that it's a great initiative. We're not competing with domestic policy as the only region in Poland, as it turns out. We have a cluster policy for the Mazowsze policy for supporting, and we are observing what the country is doing, but we are supplementing this. Let me jump in here. You are is, I can say, you're the only region in Poland to have this. So, and that is a word of, these are words of boasting for you, but at the same time, sad conclusions, because when we had the team for cluster teams at the Ministry of Development and Technology previously, that was some years back, when we had an analysis done, I think, by Professor Kowalski, and it stipulated that only 2-3 regions in Poland, I think it was 2017-18, there are only 2-3 regions in Poland that are doing something with clusters. So I'm sorry to butt in, but I dream of a situation in which PARP finances, of course, further studies titled Benchmarking of Regions Regarding Supporting of Regional Cluster Policy. Perhaps we should have something like that. Why is it so that the majority doesn't understand something that for you and for your region is obvious for some reason, that the clusters are not for themselves, they are for businesses. Clusters are a tool, in fact. A well-functioning region understands clusters as a tool for regional support. My first boss, when I was 20-something years old, when I started my job, and he gave me some mission to go to his subordinates, he said that you need to act smartly. So it's a bit like with clusters, the regions should use us, but for the majority this is still not clear. So say some like 5 sentences that will be instilled in people's minds on YouTube, and we will tell that to all people. Why is it good for regions to support clusters? Okay, let me continue, and we'll probably step out of that. We are at the stage of investing public regional money. These are not big funds, only $500,000 per year from one instrument, and seeing the demand, we create new instruments and our clusters that are suitably developed and cooperate with us in working groups, prepare our research agendas. Through them, our businesses are included in planning of regional development directions. And the next instrument that we have set is an instrument for support for economic animators of the region. Clusters are becoming such an animator very willingly in a given area of their work. They obtain funds for that to animate, whether within a given sub-region or a region, to animate the entrepreneurs. Again, this is a facilitation for us. We cannot be in the entire Mazowsze region all the time, and we have those animators. When we need data, they give it to us, but when we need to do something, we know we'll be able to do it with their help, and that is our next investment. Another investment is that we, through the participation of clusters, we are executing our developmental policy. And so the cluster of recycling, that is an example here. It is entering international markets already. It is like pushing its way around, and that is what we want. There is a theory of Miłosz Brzeziński on personal development. My team refers to it very often. It says, the theory says that you have that chocolate, everyone can take whatever they want. I love chocolate, so that speaks to me. But I have that, let's say I have the chocolate in the teacup, I have my cluster. When I drink it, what will the benefit be? So give it to my entire cluster, and I will add it to them with the time. Once they are happy, once they satisfy their thirst, then on the one hand my cluster will give back to other clusters, and that is happening. If we want this cluster initiative to know how to build, we are giving back to clusters. They know that if I call them and I say, look, I'll send you a certain cluster initiative, please tell them how to create a strategy, how to prepare this or that, how to prepare for those budding clusters. They are already doing that. They are passing on that chocolate. They're giving back. But looking at that, I'm also taking that chocolate from them. I'm taking it from them. I don't have to do certain things because they help me, they do it for me. And that is the comfort that I have. And that is what determines, what differentiates the key clusters. But we are not leaving behind the inexperienced ones. We're showing them what to do, but we're showing it based on good practices of clusters that have made it. We don't give like a manual of best practices to them and tell them what to do. No, I invite a key cluster which is similar. We sit down, we talk, we ask them what they need, and something that I believe is really great is that there is no more, there is this competitiveness that I won't give away some information because somebody will surpass me. No, we're in this together. We're working as the Mazowsze region together, and our goal is to step out into international markets to compete there. Thank you very much. I see Adam wants to take the floor. Why is it worth cooperating with the local government? Yes, let me refer to the example with the chocolate cup here. We have quite a few of those who have already satisfied their thirst. We have more big companies in our cluster. So they don't necessarily need to step out abroad because they came back from there. They're thinking about companies such as Ericsson, Fujitsu, Accenture, and to name but a few. An example of cooperation with self-government that often lies on the shoulders of clusters, like completely CSR actions that companies are proposing to the regions as the clusters were giving a framework to that, like promoting employment in or projects related to transportation, but we're lacking this final touch here. I hope there will be a general Polish inspiration here as to what can be done, because the needs, I think, are very well defined at the level of self-governance. I perversely, let me say that I know an example of a cluster that has turned with the Horizon project, because someone had wanted to do a project very much. They did it like next to looking at the interests of the cluster members, and ultimately the cluster got into some financial difficulties. But we need to be careful with this very optimistic tendency to take everything as long as you have the funds. The examples of the first funds which have been burned to a large extent. When we were establishing the cluster, we wanted to be inspired with these good practices, and often websites were displaying some events with a big number of invited persons, with a press conference, and did it for years. Somebody spent the money and forgot about it. So this design and the project care and diligence is very much needed here. And aerial disposing of funds is very needed. The self-governance idea stems out of this very clearly. The citizens know themselves what the demands are for now, whether regarding health or transportation. Of course, we also have an SME group of companies which we support in terms of missions, participation in conferences, and all this is also happening, but what is happening in the region is very important because every one of us is a European and a Pole, but ultimately we live in some city or some area, and what you have on a daily basis surrounding you, that is very important. Let me come back to Ania Moskva for a moment. Your cluster, as it has been said, is the biggest cluster in Poland. You come from Podlasie, but right now you have the Polish construction cluster in your name. From the point of view of a cluster that is key and operates within the entire country, what is this regional cooperation like? I'm talking in terms of Madam Director Wancio and your possible plans from KKK. One of those elements assessed there is a regional focus. So as KKK we need at least, I believe, 70% of members within 250 kilometers from the seat of the cluster, and it was changed because the distance was different previously. Clusters such as construction, when they open up a certain new, let's say a bit of a new chapter, it's like Marek Przeor said about these super clusters. If we stick to this regional concentration approach, aren't we in fact hampering the development of a cluster? Or if the cluster is spreading all over Poland, perhaps it's useless to the region, to say it controversially. What is the usability for the region? How does this look like? Okay, so the situation with us is a bit different. In our province, the Podlasie, which is one of the poorest ones in the country, we have the construction ones and the metal one. Why do we have those two clusters? Because we have never had any financial support at the regional level. Such support was present in the Warmińsko-Mazurskie province, where in the previous perspective many initiatives were popped up, but once the money dried out, the initiatives disappeared. We haven't had such support. We had to apply for funds for Eastern Poland or from international one. We had to ask for that money. We have managed to do it, but that was not the most important thing. Our clusters were bottom-up initiatives. Today we're one of the biggest clusters in Poland. The metal one is also one of the biggest ones in Poland, and we have been noticed as clusters at the level of regional policy only when we obtain the status of key clusters. Then it turned out that there are organizations who want to do something, who support entrepreneurship, and today we believe we are one of the best regions. We are cooperating closely, strictly with the region. We participate in regional smart specialization groups. We head subgroups that are distinguished for us. We are part of the regional operational program committees, and also at the level of negotiating regional programs we have participated, and we were invited as representatives of the sector, and together with a group of our clerks who are putting in a lot of work. We haven't appreciated that always. We done a lot. The region has progressed in the direction that we've been invited to strategic projects individually, which have been included in regional operational programs. Those programs have been entered into contracts, program contracts. So we hope that these funds will indeed reach us. So since we're a key cluster, this is not something that blocks cooperation. The most important clusters, the cluster councils, they are companies outside the region. But apart from that, we need to remember that if we are cooperating with a large group of companies at a Polish level, and we bring their potential to the Polish region, we bring their knowledge, they bring their potential, and the services and the companies cooperate with our companies, thanks to which we are developing. So this is absolutely beneficial, and Sebastian, I think you can confirm that this cooperation as of today is at a very high level, and I think the Podlasie province today is a model province as for cooperation with clusters. I think recently we've even been badgered from the province. We are mandated with a lot of research to be done, and we see that the data that we hand over are taken into account in the regional policy. So this cooperation is very good. We're counting on this translated into financing, because the cluster organizations will be strong when we have specific offers for companies, and we will not have those offers if we don't have financing. Companies will gladly have their own inputs and will tell us what is important to them, but if we don't obtain at least part of the financing, then our services will be within the sphere of dreams. I think you've partially answered Adam with his dilemma on whether it's good to have a big number of members. They have 450 and they cope somehow. Let me say this: gold and modest. Can we show what our audience thinks and what is the most important thing? Which services, which operations offered by the clusters would you be most interested in? And first comes building cooperation, matchmaking, so networking, matchmaking. So that comes first. Second, we have cooperation as part of their projects. But from what I remember, that is cooperation under investment and innovation projects, funded, subsidized from funds. That is also very important and an interesting piece for our policy makers, what is expected. And third, cooperation with and transfer and technology cooperation with the universities. Then we have, in fourth, we have internationalization, training and raising qualifications. What can be worrying to some degree from the point of view of what the European Commission expects from us, but perhaps not necessarily troubling, but showing that our cluster perception of the world and cluster expectations is more oriented at what we need and what our members need, whereas the European Commission expects commitment and involvement in our digital and green transformation politics, which, as it can be seen, we're not some representative group, seems relatively less important. Ladies and gentlemen,
any of the panelists, would you like to comment the results, or Marek, would you like to speak on that? Digital transformation and green transformation transition does not exclude the ones at the very top, as if we speak about cooperation with universities, so the ones at the very top can be tools for the bottom ones. But let me comment that the weaknesses. What is warning for me, it is that this part about the cooperation with the universities. If we want to build economy based on bigger added value, the intellectual property needs to be there. And I think I think that the ministry and the regions can start thinking about some additional instruments to strengthen cooperation. It is quite concerning that it is not happening, as Maciej Kowalski said. Clusters are not an element of regional innovation systems. In some regions, yes, but in others, no. And they should be. They should be, and there is a progress. And what is good, it is that clusters understand this. And another element about the infrastructure and financial resources, structural funds, from the very beginning of this century, they have been also financing scientific infrastructure. And now the question is, who is using this infrastructure? So if the infrastructure is used by universities or scientific centers, and cluster has no access, or is not used in the cooperation, there are some projects available. So the infrastructure resources are available, but I think it is more about the infrastructure resources needed for progress. Scientific infrastructure is getting older very quickly. So, yeah, like your cluster, the process is quite quick. So you need the given period of time, quickly you need to get some kind of support for your infrastructure, to be able to work with universities of technologies. And I think that so it is important to know who is financing. It is important what you say, Marek, and the derivative is, this is a derivative of ministerial Poland. And sometimes we believe, frequently we believe that if there are funds for R&D, they should go to scientific organizations. And I have a very specific example. That was a couple of years ago, when as a company I was applying for funds to build a scientific laboratory, and out of 72 grants from the Ministry of Science, 71 went to universities, and only one grant was granted to a consortium led by a privately owned business. So that was a couple of years ago, but I hope that this way of thinking is changing, but it is too slow how it changes. And I believe that clusters, with what they represent and what the study shows, are mature enough to be organizations investing in common scientific infrastructure for common use of their members. It has not been the case so far, and I think this is the right moment to do something about it. And Monica, and so then let me pass the floor to the public, but we are our time is up. So this is about the scientific infrastructure and manufacturing infrastructure for clusters and investments. And it is about the fact that very few clusters have identified potential, and also the members do not have this identified, and there is little information for members on. And big clusters having this infrastructure, it is either the coordinator has the infrastructure, or they have an inventory with the members on what is available. So having this inventory is, you can make things available about the potential availability of the infrastructure. And this is a weakness that we are lacking this. Alexandra, just one sentence. I wanted to show an opposite narrative of using scientific infrastructure which was financed in the previous activities. In our province we have a cluster for scientific infrastructure. It is a new fresh cluster and it was reformed from the older cluster type, and the ZAMAT, it is a big scientific infrastructure, and only recently we established a cluster, and they believed that they wanted to establish a cluster and a microtechnological cluster. So this infrastructure is used to develop clusters. So I wanted to show that you don't have to start from a cluster or go to infrastructure. Sometimes infrastructure well used or well delivered gives an impulse to develop clusters, and this happens, and I hope that many infrastructure elements which are not necessarily fully used can go ahead and show to existing clusters or businesses who want to work that it's good to be a group of users, and I hope this at some point they will overtake the infrastructure. Agata, thank you. I just very briefly about two things. It is about the keyword cooperation and the role of clusters. At the very beginning I was talking about priority areas where we have the cooperation with clusters, but there is one thing which is not very tangible, but it gives a tangible results, and it is very difficult to address with a specific instrument which can be addressed to clusters, and it is about developing of the culture of cooperation. It is a matter which is difficult with us, and on the political level it is very difficult to tackle, but this is our weakness which we have to face, and I mean innovative barriers, and this is one of the major barriers. So this is a lacking culture, like willingness, motivation, benefits, and the cooperation, co-creation, and the role of coordinators of clusters to build the spirit of cooperation in clusters. It is difficult to measure, but this has a key role for results in different areas. And commenting on what Marek said, that it is a weakness, a weak activity of Polish entities. It's not only clusters, but this is true for entire innovation ecosystem. They are not very eager to participate in innovative world. And there are some countries where companies believe that this is as an element of being in the industry, knowledge transfer, making of connections, networking. Even if their involvement is 5%, but so this is how they perceive clusters. It is difficult to achieve this with one instrument, but we need to work on that, and this is what Americans show when they talk with us on contact or other centers, that interdisciplinary and mixing and talking and feedback providing, this is the core the clusters should work on. That's very important words. Let me now pass the floor to the audience. Sebastian was the first one. This is Sebastian, the Deputy President of the Association of Polish Clusters and Metal Cluster. We are back with time. Let me just conclude one thing very briefly. I was talking with Marek, and we are not an avant-garde of clusters. We are one of the 3 Polish clusters which were involved in the 30 projects, and we are going to create European clusters. And we need to very quickly emphasize that without support from ministry, from a Polish agency, this would be mission impossible. We are one of the oldest clusters, and in Podlaskie there is another cluster. But I believe that we are missing what my colleague from the Mazowieckie province was talking, that we need to be courageous enough and consequent enough to have some additional money. We should use some domestic money, and we have been talking with Marek, as we are different than our partners from France, Germany, or Spain, and they have the regional money, and we have been in this project from the very beginning. And we should use public money, national money, and this will give me capacity, organizational capacity. And now we are serving like 50 events, international events per year. So it means that we are at the same time in different places in Europe. Without the support of the ministry, that wouldn't be possible. I fully agree to what Agata says in terms of the organizational culture. And that was cluster to cluster initiative, and that was our window to the world. And what the colleague said about acquiring, attracting international investors. So our investment factor is that 59% of the investment, that was a Polish capital, the same as with Ania. So that was why we had this pressure to go internationally. And yesterday we were joined by a company 100% of Chinese and Japanese capital, and in January that was 100% of the French capital. Last year 100% of German capital. So we are creating Polish competitiveness which attract partners from Europe, and so that's why we can be on the level of Euro clusters. Without the support on this level we would not be able to compete. And Krzysztof, we need to be brave enough to get money on regional level or national level, as a country like Poland should be able to do that, and we have our own potential. The cluster shows this. Dr. Kwiatkowski shows this study, and we make submissions to European Commission. So this is a university working on regional and B2B regions. We have another voice from the floor, and we will finish up. So at half past, we have a Canadian expert. Very quickly, I think I will have to ask the lady for the delay. So very quickly, understanding, let me just say that it doesn't make sense. Yes, if we know what the game name is. So intellectual property, this is something. So if I develop frames for this chair, and if we design this chair, and if the lady from the waste management cluster, if she checks if it is biodegradable material, so we can make business, but each of us want to know, in the context of intellectual property, how much money, or what is my share. This, I will take 50%. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time for more voices. Thank you very much, and I believe that it was an honor for me to moderate this panel with so brilliant panelists who brought so many interesting insights. Thank you very much. And please join us for a lunch. And what time are we going to be back after lunch? As we have guests online, international guests, a lady. Good practices. And okay, so we will do this. Let's have lunch with 20 minutes.
Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam Ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi wiedza, edukacja, rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam Ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa, pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry Pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi Pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, Pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na Ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Dobra, słychać? Próba głosu. ABC, dobra.
Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale tu gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski.
A może jeszcze papier śniadaniowy unowocześnili?
Dokładnie tak. Firma Janko wprowadziła opakowania z papieru barierowego nowej generacji dzięki programowi Polska Wschodnia. Ale inni beneficjenci też są bardzo pomysłowi. Dzięki programowi Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój realizują projekty doradcze i projekty szkoleniowe. Może warto porozmawiać ze specjalistami.
Halo? Dzień dobry, pani Agnieszko. Tak, chciałbym mówić się na krótki wywiad z kimś z PARP. Na jakie wsparcie przedsiębiorcy mogą liczyć w kolejnych latach? Może mi pani nakreślić kolejną perspektywę finansową? Tak, to ma istotny wpływ na wizerunek polskiego biznesu w Unii Europejskiej.
Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego, fundusze europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i fundusze europejskie dla nowoczesnej gospodarki.
Tak, pani Agnieszko, dokładnie. Te nowe projekty warto przedstawić. Spoglądajmy cały czas przed siebie. Miłego dnia, pozdrawiam. O, Krzysiek, dorzuć proszę ich do artykułu o beneficjentach. Dasz radę na poniedziałek?
Co? Na poniedziałek?
Czekamy na ciebie na meczu w sobotę.
Fundusze europejskie. Razem przed siebie. Poznajcie Marka. Jest młodym dziennikarzem i pracuje u nas od roku. I co widać na załączonym obrazku, nie straszne mu żadne wyzwania. Z energią spogląda wprost przed siebie, ponieważ za moment rozpoczyna upragniony weekend.
Marku, wiem, że już piątek i mecz w planach, ale dokończ proszę ten artykuł o sukcesach beneficjentów na ASAP-ie. Wrzuciłam ci linki. Pa!
No jasne, miał być mecz. Ale jak ja to napiszę, tego jest tyle. Od czego by tu zacząć? Ale to gorąco dziś.
Być może firma Termdach zainstalowała w tym budynku system dachowych wymienników ciepła z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia.
Okej, ale najpierw kawa.
Nad tobą, Marku, być może przelatuje właśnie innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy z elektrycznym zespołem napędowym, a wycofująca ciężarówka odbiera właśnie elektrośmieci. Mogą posłużyć do budowy filtra biologicznego do przydomowej oczyszczalni ścieków.
Mama? Już? Gdzie jestem? Ja już kończę, to znaczy mam artykuł do napisania. Ja nie pamiętałem? Skąd? Nie no, przecież czekaliśmy na ciebie. Dobra, do później. Pa.
Dzięki programowi operacyjnemu Polska Wschodnia teściowa Marka szybko i sprawnie przyjechała autem, korzystając z węzła z Kielc na trasie S7. Dlatego jest w jego domu godzinę przed czasem. Może wspomni o tym w artykule. Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to między innymi sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 tysięcy umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego do
Drodzy Państwo, będziemy zaczynali.
We will start the third part of our conference. I see that more people are coming in. So I hope we will join in the same numbers as from before the break. Now, I'd like to invite you to a short presentation about another good practice. Michał is waiting. Let me introduce Michał Hertel from the Łódź ICT cluster. Please show us what you would like to pass on as part of your good practices. I know lunch is important, so I will try to be both dynamic and quick. I've been asked for this. We have a bit of a delay. Yes, my name is Michał Hertel and I am head of marketing at Makol Lab, one of the founders of the ICT cluster, and I am a chairperson of the team for development strategy and development. And as I said at the beginning, we have been in the cluster from the very beginning. From the previous presentations, I see that we are quite a young and small cluster, but I think that nonetheless we are developing very dynamically. We represent the Łódź region. The cluster was created on the initiative of the Łódź University of Technology, which is a unique situation. And if you look at the origins of many clusters, this was the result of meeting of authorities of the province and university authorities. There was a need to formalize this cooperation and to present how to accumulate all those topics that are related to the ICT companies, not only IT but telecommunications and similar entities. And the cluster itself was created on the initiative of the Łódź University of Technology. In the meantime, also other universities in Łódź joined the Academy of Sciences and the University of Łódź, business surrounding environment companies joined, the Łódź Special Economic Zone. So these are companies that represent the ICT area, but in a very, very broad spectrum. These were small IT companies, but also companies representing branches of international concerns like Fujitsu or Atos. After some time, so these were the beginnings, IT. Then companies that are not necessarily directly linked to ICT, but IT for companies for which IT solutions are important, like Wielton, Rossmann, for whom IT solutions are important. So these companies on their own, they have 100, 200 people, branches or divisions. We ourselves originate from Łódź. Why was the cluster created? That stemmed directly from the need and the demand of the market, and there was no such organization in Łódź. It turned out at the beginning that there are numerous students, 2.5 million students, 110,000 students being educated in Łódź, 5,000 business entities which function in the ICT sector. So we need to represent that group somehow so that it can provide a platform, common platform for them to speak out. Looking at the recent data, you can say that in the companies that are now members of our cluster, in terms of the number of employees, it's 35,000 people working directly in the region. I'm not talking about concerns that employ around the world. So we were thinking about what we can do together. And Adam Owczarek, who participated in the panel here, started talking about that. The first impulse If you operate in the IT sector, you know that the biggest problem are people. Not because we have problems with people, but because there are no people, or there's a shortage of people. And that was one of the basic reasons for founding the cluster, to think on how we can potentially attract employees to the IT sector, to propose perhaps some different forms of employment. We were looking for various alternatives. There are three basic goals for the cluster. One, cooperation with academic circles and centers. That was the initial impetus for cooperation. We were looking for ways for business to update the university's offer to students, to help them to adapt their offers so that the IT specialist could, once graduated, join our companies. Secondly, it was the issue of lobbying, and within one entity to be able to talk successively with administrative, local, or state-wide authorities, to speak with one voice. Of course, there were issues of direct cooperation between us and looking for business opportunities outside, so attracting potential businesses to the cluster. And as soon as we were founded, we're in the honeymoon phase. In 3-4 months, we received the first task. We were invited to consult strategy on innovation and development, LORIS 2030, and we were invited to consult on that, to tell them if these were the right directions for development. At the first meeting, Deloitte, it turned out Deloitte selected 6 sectors which are most attractive according to them for development in the sector, but there was no IT there. So we received this initial hit, and that happened like 6 months after the cluster was created, and we were thinking that we were not on the list of branches or sectors, but thanks to our involvement there, we were finally joined to that list. We run various activities. We organize the Łódź IT Days, in which attract thousands of people per annum who visit us over a span of 3 days and participate in the various events that we have to offer. This is a Join IT in Łódź, an initiative. That's a promotion cycle. We want, at the level of a campaign, to attract different people to our sector. Of course, this is due to the fact that we have a chronic shortage of employees. We need to compete with other centers. It's not that we function, we're the only ones to function in Poland, Wrocław, Warszawa, Kraków, Gdańsk. Wherever you turn, all bigger cities are coping with this problem. We were also looking for the need to promote Łódź in a broader sense, to show the world that IT works and operates fine in the region. We wanted to reach targeted groups, and we wanted to stress the broad offer for the region's education. So we wanted to create a campaign that will allow me and promote not only companies but also the city and region itself, and as a place to live and work in. It's not that if you find an attractive job in the region, they immediately make the decision to come to the region, to move and join. We need to provide other conditions for them to be able to spend their free time here, to live pleasantly. The cooperation between the 3 basic entities, let's say cluster companies, territorial authorities, local authorities, and universities, all these 3 branches and vessels were very much involved and had a lot to offer within that campaign. And we wanted to show that it's not about only office spaces, interesting IT companies, but Łódź is a city that starts to attract, that it changes, and it's worth showing in a broader perspective. So we prepared 3 campaigns. 2020, we talked about restructuring the sector. We wanted to convince people to reform their interest towards IT. at the university, there were courses, training courses that were in which during 3 months people were transforming, using their current majors, transforming their skills to IT services through various support initiatives. The first campaign was devoted to this. The 2021 campaign was aimed at smaller and local cities, adjacent cities like Wieluń. Wieluń is between Łódź and Wrocław. Very often Wieluń citizens decide to go to study to Wrocław. So we directed to this campaign to students from within 30-40 kilometers from Łódź, and trying to encourage them to come to us, to Łódź, showing them that if you do an IT major, you'll find a job here. If you don't work at the 3rd or 4th year at university in Poland, that means there's something wrong about the major. So that campaign was oriented at high school students to show them this broader growth perspective. And the last one, Welcome on Board, last year, related to the situation that we had due to the war, but also the previous influx of foreign speakers. And we showed in that they could also work in our local IT companies, that we have favorable conditions for them, that our companies can work in many languages, so that most IT companies do perform projects that are not for the domestic market, but in fact for the global market. We are in the course of preparing the 4th campaign, which will take place somewhere around September, and that will be directed at women. Again, with the thought of them joining the IT sector in mind. Our priorities are more or less, our parities are more or less set, but we are keeping a focus on that. In the campaigns, we had hundreds of videos, interviews prepared, representatives of those were people who experienced what we were talking about. So we went to one of the Łódź companies whose employee somehow, let's say, changed their job. Someone who used to be a biologist and started to working at the IT. Someone who used to work as an architect and now started to work as a system architect. So companies that wanted to go into that had to contribute financially, because as a cluster we survive, we make our living on premiums. The campaigns were well promoted. The press was involved. City authorities participated. This was promoted. The campaigns were promoted in very much. Intense promotion in social media, intense promotion at the local press. Remembering people and companies also joined in the promotion. If a company employee participated in that campaign, then the company started supporting a given campaign. After these 3 editions, we have had a level of 2 million. As for the we're talking about reach of promotion campaigns, and we have had 200,000 total views during the 3rd editions, a total of 15 films. And so we most views covered over 70% of the material coverage. It's hard to say, of course, that we have contributed to the growth of employment, but surely we have had our small input there. It seems simple, but oriented and directed at the current demands and needs of the market, showing that we have managed to cooperate well among and to link all the interests of the parties. Thank you very much. I hope I stuck to the time limit, and I hope I've managed to warm you up. These are my contact details for the cluster. Whether Adam and Basia are staying with you, I have to go, unfortunately. But if you're interested in more details, they will help you. I wish you a good day and a good rest of the conference. Thank you. Thank you, Michał. Yeah, I think you have warmed us up for the last point of the meeting. And that I wanted to ask, have we managed to connect with Daniel Arsenault?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Is it functioning?
Yes, it is great. Hello, Daniel. My name is Paulina. I hope you, I'm not sure if you see me, but here we are. We want to welcome you in Warsaw, Poland. And I think that is very early in the morning in Canada. Yes, is it? Yeah. So thank you very much.
It's 8 a.m.
Okay, so thank you very much that you have the chance to join us. In Warsaw now it's 2:15 p.m., so we are a bit tired, but because we have been working since 9 a.m. However, we are still very happy and eager to hear about Canadian policy towards clusters. And one thing is that I want to tell you that we have already called up the good case from Canada a couple of times during today's meeting. So for the final point of this conference, it's really great to hear from you directly about the clusters policy. So the floor is yours. Thank you once again, and we are listening to you.
Perfect. And I think my presentation is going to be set up. I don't know if the slides are up. Oh, perfect. So thank you. Good morning for me and good afternoon for you. So my name is Danielle Arsenault, and I lead the strategic policy and partnership team at the Canada's Global Innovation Cluster Program. So I'll give a little bit of an overview from the government program and how we put the levers in place and establish the program in order to kind of select the clusters that we funded. So each of our clusters are independent, and to dive deep into those, I think I can make some of those connections if we want more details in that way. It's a pleasure to be here to provide an overview of the Canadian experience in launching the clusters. But I also hope to learn from your work in cluster best practice and benchmarking, because it is something that we are really focused on currently as we kind of move into year 6 of our program. So what we'll go through today, next slide please, is first kind of speak a bit about the program overall. We'll then move into some of the key features, and I'll finish by providing some of the lessons learned and how we're seeing the program evolve 6 years in. So the global innovation clusters are focused on kind of the same model as we see many clusters. It was launched in 2017, though, from the government, and it was kind of a challenge to the business community to come together and really provide some bold, ambitious plans to set up and establish some key clusters in areas where Canada had a competitive advantage. So at this point, the government has invested almost $2 billion in these clusters to build, to enhance the ecosystems, to build that competitive edge, and to scale up the SMEs as well as accelerate economic growth. They are a joint initiative, so we do expect matching fund from industry for all dollars being spent. Next slide, please. So as I said, the government challenged the industry. So it was a call for proposal and for them to kind of, from the ground up, really kind of state what type of clusters that they saw as an opportunity for Canada, where we had competitive advantage and we could seize that market opportunity. So it's very much the demand focus that we were looking for in terms of a cluster that was able to respond to those market opportunities. They did come in great numbers, and it was really looking at the various clusters, and after an extensive national competitive process and assessment, kind of looking at what was available in Canada, what was coming up that was ground up, but also where some of the government priorities were. We selected 5 clusters, next slide, in key areas of competitive advantage that we saw as strong not-for-profits that had put a big, bold, ambitious plan together, and also in areas of strength. So we have 5 clusters, one in digital technologies, that's really now focusing on digital health and some of the digital applications to natural resources. Protein Industries Canada, that you know very well, given the case study that was put forward, that's really kind of looking to harness the sector as a whole, to act as a neutral platform to really look at plant protein market in Canada and how to build that. We have advanced manufacturing that's really kind of driving some of the digital transformation in advanced manufacturing. They've also focused a lot on critical minerals and EV, electrical vehicle, and then Scale AI. So they're an artificial intelligence cluster, but very focused on supply chain and applying AI to kind of that supply chain area. So very focused in their kind of area of AI. And then we have the Oceans cluster that's really looking to, a little bit like the Protein Industries Canada, is actually looking at the sector as a whole and what is blue economy for Canada, and really connecting the opportunities of our 3 oceans across the country. Next slide, please. So they're more than the scale of their funding. I know that the super clusters, which have been renamed Global Innovation Clusters. So if you see me kind of use both, it was a name change that just happened. But the clusters are more than the scale of their funding. They do receive significant government investment, but we do require 1 to 1.5 matching from industry. We do require that any projects that are funded under the Global Innovation Clusters include SMEs and are collaborative. And there's a lot of focus that's put on that really takes upwards to 1 to 6 months to even get the partnership agreements in place to start the projects, to make sure that collaboration and that IP management strategy for the collaborative IP is very much strong and all kind of all develop before we even move through. And they're also focused on project, yes, as one piece, but they're connecting their ecosystem together. So they do have a lot of ecosystem building activities. And I think the previous speaker spoke to that a little bit, from their perspective, but our clusters have building capacity initiatives for both the workforce and the SMEs. They really try to connect their ecosystem to enhance collaboration, and they're very much focused on how to navigate some of the challenges within their sector, whether that be regulations, whether that be different policies or capital risk opportunities. So they're very working at not just funding the projects, but how are they connecting their ecosystem. Next slide, please. One of the things that I guess really showed an evolution of the program is when we launched the programs the clusters 5 years ago, we had a lot of focus on regionally based clusters that are in areas across the country. So digital was in BC. We had the plant protein in the prairies. We had advanced manufacturing in kind of the east part of the country, and then we have scale in east, and even more east during the Maritimes, we had ocean. But what we found in the first few years is that while they're headquartered in some areas, regional areas, each cluster became very pan-Canadian. And so we're breaking through some of those kind of regional boundaries, and we're really starting to connect the strengths across the country in these sectors to make sure that there's advanced collaboration. For example, even ocean, while it was very much focused in the east of the country, we see here NB, PEI, NL, and Nova Scotia. So those were very much the Atlantic Ocean kind of provinces. But they're now connecting up north, the Arctic kind of ocean, as well as the West Coast and the Pacific side in BC. So we're really seeing that pan-Canadian push, and we're seeing that across the board with all of our clusters. Next slide, please. Next again, sorry. So as we kind of established this as the government, I think some of the key levers that we really wanted to push and that have even been strengthened as the program evolved over the past year is we really wanted to focus on the collaborative approach to strengthen and scale SMEs, but also really kind of ensuring collaboration. So that's kind of been one of the keys, and I'll dig a bit deeper into each of these pieces in a second. And then with intellectual property, it is something that in Canada, there's a lot of discussion on protecting IP and how do we keep it in the country and the benefits. But one of the pieces that we see for the clusters is how do we work through collaborative IP? How do we bundle our IP to gain more value from it? So that's been some interesting kind of discussions and kind of policies that we're looking at. I touched a bit earlier on building a highly skilled, diverse workforce, and it's also working with the SMEs to have the right programs in place to upskill and make sure that they have the capacity to develop the ecosystem and their technologies. And then the last one, and I think we're seeing that more and more, COVID seemed to be an interesting test bed, but it's really looking at the clusters as independent entities that are bringing industry together, but they're also a very important instrument that we try to that we've worked to leverage through different different kind of pilots and different allocations of funding. So I'll dig a bit deeper into that in a second. So next slide, please. The collaborative approach, that is something that we see in all clusters, not different to Canada. But one of the things that we do focus is that none of the clusters can fund direct industry, one industry project. Everything is collaborative. Everything needs to have an SME. Some have more academic, but that is not necessary given that they're very much later stage TRL. But we do see a lot of connection between the SMEs, the MNEs, and sometimes association or kind of test beds, government test beds as well are kind of part of the team, depending on the projects. The clusters are are independent from government, so they have their own selection committee, they have their own kind of processes. So we oversee the processes they put in place, ensure that they are stewards of public funds in that way, but all of the projects are evaluated with their industry-led focus, and all projects they fund must be consortia. So one of the things that many of them do is that when they launch their call for proposals, they have expressions of interest, and then they spend a very high touch. They have a high touch model where they spend a lot of time with the proponents of the projects to really develop a partnership agreement that looks at background and foreground IP, as well as kind of how they can kind of bundle IP and really maximize the impact from this collaborative approach. Next slide, please. I touched a little bit on this. I kind of gave an overview, but the cluster's approach to IP, that is something that is discussed a lot in Canada. But one of the key features that we're really focused on for the cluster program is to be able to take an agile approach to IP management and to really engage not just counting IP assets or looking at those things, but looking at what are some of the business strategies around IP where we can, that is unique to the ecosystem, where we can kind of bring value. Each of our clusters was required to hire an IP manager. Oftentimes, they're C-suite kind of managers that kind of have done both between kind of business IP and kind of been able to kind of develop some of the strategies. And that we're finding is really where there's a lot of value to the cluster, because they can do webinars, they can kind of speak to it. But each of the project also has kind of extensive discussions on kind of where the IP strategies are, how to strengthen that, and how to make sure that we're maximizing kind of our approach. Next slide, please. And then this it was covered just before me as I kind of caught the last minutes of that presentation. Building a highly skilled and diverse workforce is a key component. Our clusters are conduits to industry. They are industry led. They have a very vast ecosystem of the sectors, the stakeholders within their ecosystem that are all contributing to building the ecosystem in the sector. And so each one of them is well positioned to be able to attract, retain, and also build the talent that's needed for kind of the workforce of the future within their sector. And of course, each sector that we have is very different. So they've taken very different approach. We have some that, like NGen, that is looking at campaigns for high school students of building up some of the opportunities in advanced manufacturing, given the changes in the ocean sector. There are a lot of capacity building initiatives, but also very focused on building capacity amongst Indigenous groups as well, so that it is part of the development of all their projects, and they make sure that they are inclusive and that they are engaging with the Indigenous communities who live and are still very close to the ocean. In plant proteins, we're looking at different kind of capacity building as well for the SMEs, but as well for training and the skills as well. So this is something that we're seeing come out in very different ways, but it's very important in terms of how they're setting up their strategic plans. And it really resonates with the fact that all of their board of directors, when we established them, needed to be gender balanced and inclusive. So it's really showing in their programs how they're doing some of their building capacity and making sure that they're integrating that lens as well in their capacity building. Many are also focused on upskilling as we transition and kind of the sectors are changing quickly. Next slide. And then the last piece of these kind of 4 features that I mentioned earlier is clusters supporting national priorities. So that's one of the areas that, I mean, we saw as an opportunity, but I think when we first launched the clusters, we saw them as arm's length, independent, very kind of outside of government. But one of the things that I think we've started to realize is that clusters are very important in the ecosystem. Because of their collaborative nature and where they fit in the ecosystem, they really can maximize the impact of some of the priorities, and they can really kind of move the needle quickly. So from the onset, I just touched on that a bit below a minute ago, but we had diversity and inclusion integrated into their stakeholder engagement activities that they had to do to develop their proposals. how their boards were established, that they needed to fit inclusive parameters. And we're really seeing that resonate into the ecosystem, where we're really engaging and really building some of that equity, diversity, and inclusion components. COVID-19 was a really interesting test case in terms of how governments could utilize the clusters to really move and have industry respond quickly to some of the issues here. So 3 of our clusters really decided to earmark funding for COVID and to really kind of push that ahead. And they were able to look at responding at some of the PPE issues we needed to look at and some of the digital health components. So we did see an opportunity there for them to harness industry very quickly and co-create with us so that we could respond. The 2 others, while they didn't have funding allocating towards helping COVID specifically, they actually shifted their financing models to help the SMEs kind of weather the economic storm that was happening and continue the momentum, which was actually really helpful within their sectors and the right choice for their sectors. What we've also done is some of our pan-Canadian strategies. So we have one in AI, artificial intelligence. And when that strategy came on, it's a larger strategy, but 125 million of the funding allocated to the strategy was actually earmarked for the clusters. So they had to compete again for what kind of a portion of the 125 that they would receive. But it was a way to instill AI commercialization within the sector. So each of them recognizes their sector. Each of them knows where are some of the AI barriers within their sector. And so they could help us kind of on the commercialization pillar of AI amongst the multiple other pillars that we're looking at for the strategy. So all 5 clusters actually did apply and did receive funding in this area. And it's really specialized to how AI should be kind of pushed or evolved within their sectors. The national quantum strategy is very similar to the AI strategy. It's a big national priority that was put in play, and a portion of that funding, 14 million, was earmarked for the clusters. So again, they needed to apply, and it had to be whether or not their board wanted to move into this area. And 2 of them decided to collaborate together. So the advanced manufacturing and digital cluster, and they're focusing on some of the quantum application and kind of how to move that forward with their ecosystems as well. So those 2 were kind of that, how we're using them as instruments to kind of further the commercialization, leveraging their ecosystem, leveraging their membership to really kind of push some of those strategies ahead. It doesn't change their mandate or their direction. It's just leveraging kind of their skills and their assets to be able to move some of these strategies ahead. And it is up to them if they want to apply and help us deliver on that. And then finally, the last bullet there is a little bit different. This is budget 2022. So as I said at the beginning, we're in year 6. We were given 5 years, and we've just gotten renewed for another 5 years. As we were renewed, and we'll dive into that a little bit as we look ahead, one of the key things that was brought forward was the clusters have helped us respond to COVID, have helped us in kind of delivering some of these national strategies. So budget 2022, as they renewed the clusters, actually challenged each cluster to contribute to missions aligned to key government priorities. And the 2 missions that really came up was supply chain resiliency and greening the environment. So this is something that I know aligns with some of the policy direction as well in Europe, and we're seeing that more and more internationally. And this is not changing their mandate, but it's really kind of ensuring that as they're looking at their activities, as they're kind of looking at their investment pipeline, that it is part of the lens that they put on their investment activities. 2 slides ahead, please. So I guess to close the presentation, we kind of started, Canada has had many different network programs and cluster programs over the years, but launched in 2017, it was the super clusters, now known as the global innovation clusters. And it was $1 billion bet on 5 clusters to really kind of charge ecosystems and double down on these opportunities for Canada, these areas where we felt like there was competitive advantage. And the lessons we learned from that, I think, is it takes time. I think it took until 2018-19 to get established. So it was about 1 year to 2 years to really establish the clusters and start gaining some of the momentum. But that said, in 2020, we saw exponential growth in investments, and really it's carrying through today. So it was really establishing the cluster and all the work up front. We really did see that kind of starting slowly, but then it just kind of really shot through. The clusters are playing a vital role beyond project funding. So that is a small piece of it. It's very much the kind of commercialization, the ecosystem development, the connections between SMEs and MNEs, the capacity building for the workforce, but also the SMEs as they try to navigate commercialization and risk capital. And then also kind of that alignment piece. So we're seeing more and more an opportunity to leverage these policy instruments or clusters to help us kind of move things ahead. And I spoke to that a bit, that national reach. We're really seeing that they've moved from regional cluster to very pan-Canadian, and that they're really using the different areas of expertise across the country to really kind of connect and build extra value for the ecosystem. Next slide. So moving ahead, budget 2022, yes, sorry for the small writing. Budget 22 really reinvested in the supercluster program, but at the time they actually rebranded the program to be the global innovation clusters, and that's really reflecting an opportunity to build on the momentum of kind of having built that national presence and that national strength of ecosystem, and then looking at how we can kind of expand our international reach and really look more global. So in years 5 to 10, we're really wanting to look at a more systematic approach to national and global presence. And so we're doing that more and more. Each of the clusters have their own international plan, which of course are very different depending on the needs of the cluster and the strategies that they put forward. We're looking for greater collaboration between clusters to deepen their impact. They all have their areas of excellence. So how do we kind of build some of these, whether it be in some of the IP management, the building capacity type of activities. And we're seeing also the advanced manufacturing cluster as well as digital kind of working together even on the quantum piece. So we're seeing more and more of that collaboration, and we are encouraging that. So continuing to build momentum on the first 5 years. We also have the clusters, as I said, really focusing on the missions on greening the environment and supply chain resiliency. And an increased scope for industry co-investment. So we were at 1-to-1 and now it is 1-to-1.5, but they're well on their way to kind of start harnessing that, given that they did achieve all targets and had more industry and members than was originally anticipated really join the clusters collectively. And then we are looking at cluster policy operations. What are some of the government levers and kind of how to help our clusters be successful and do some of the matchmaking that's needed across federal departments, as well as the connections that they're making within their ecosystem. And then finally, I think, next slide, please. And then one of the pieces I think we're really focusing on at the moment, like many programs, I think we focused a lot on the projects that are funded and the impacts from the projects, which is important. But we do have, we are looking at how do we measure the impact and how do we measure the broader impact of the clusters. So we're working with the clusters currently. They each have their own performance framework, and now we're trying to look at what are some of the common themes where we can build a collective performance impact framework that can actually provide an overview of the impact of the clusters on the national ecosystems, so the national force, so how we've built kind of the sector within Canada, how we've created networks of networks amongst the stakeholders, how we've helped SMEs scale, and kind of the catalyst for skill development. So last slide. Given the change from the supercluster to the global innovation cluster, we are really focused on opportunities for international collaboration. Each of our clusters, as I've said earlier, does have an international plan that they're putting together, and they're working with our Global Affairs Canada and trade commissioners to really start looking at ways to do missions abroad, and also how to engage and bring industry to some of our events as well. So there are some of those discussions happening. It is very much on a cluster to cluster. We help with the matchmaking when needed with the trade commissioners or industry. And we do work with different cluster organizations so that if we see themes or things like that, we really kind of push through that so that we can try to make some more of those connections. And then I'll just close by, so I'm here from kind of the government's kind of point of view. Each of our clusters have very active websites, and they do accept membership of different industries and different companies, and have very kind of good tools in order to do some of the matchmaking and kind of the business to business type discussions. So with that, I'll close there and open it up if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to ask the audience if there are any questions. Czy ktoś z Państwa chciałby zadać pytanie?
Jeśli nie ma, to ja zadam pytanie. Hello.
If there are no questions, I will ask a question.
We had opportunity to speak together lately on Friday, but as a policymaker, you know, I represent the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, and we have here guests from different levels of public authorities. We have representative of European Commission. We have representative of our governmental institutions, and we have also the representative of the region, provinces authorities. After these 5 years of implementing cluster policy, I would like to know, could you be so kind and share with us lesson learned from this implementation? What could you recommend to our audience, or to us as policy maker? What is the most important lesson learned, and what is your recommendation for us? Do you have any? Thank you.
So I think So in Canada, it's been interesting because we did have smaller cluster program and network programs. I think the superclusters came as a very big bang kind of approach, but we had built some of the ecosystems and so on. But I think number one, no matter how much work is done upfront, it does take time. It took a lot more time than I think was anticipated when the program was launched. And as I said, we launched in 2017, and it still took a year or 2 years before we started seeing some of the impact. And it's because if done properly, it takes time to build the trust relationship, to build the ecosystem, to establish the collaboration things. And so that was something that we got caught off guard with, kind of launching in a year in, everyone was looking for results or impacts. And it was something that we had to work through. But then in 2020, we did see exponential growth. And I think that continues today because there has been a bit of a culture change where the SMEs and the MNEs and all stakeholders are a little bit more used to working together and how to move this forward. I think the clusters have also learned from that slow pace was actually a bit more helpful because they took more time to make sure that everything was developed in advance of starting the project, which they're actually seeing is leading to better impact and more success throughout. I think the clusters play a vital role beyond project funding. Oftentimes we're asked to report on projects and the impact of the project, and while those are important, it's really how are we capturing and how can we share the value that's coming from that ecosystem connection, the SMEs. We're seeing a lot of opportunities where because of these connections between SMEs and industry, SMEs are getting their first clients. SMEs are able to kind of really adopt and test their technologies earlier. So that value of that connection point is important, and it's something that I think we're still learning, and we're still trying to see how do we actually characterize the impact of capacity building of SMEs, capacity building of the trainees, as well as the impact that comes from the ecosystem and the cluster being there to help navigate risk capital regulations or things like that. And then I think the national reach, it's something we're exploring a lot. A lot of the literature I know a long time ago really focused on the value of regional clusters and the impact that brings from those strengths. And I think there's still value to that. But we're seeing that there's also cluster of clusters, and we're kind of seeing that kind of reach beyond borders. And so that is something that we're kind of looking at right now and seeing that pan-Canadian impact and how clusters are connecting different regions and can play a neutral platform role in kind of connecting across those things. For us, we have 10 provinces and 3 territories, so it's kind of connecting across the regions as neutral platforms. For example, plant protein, when they looked at building the road strategy, which is really looking at the market impact that plant proteins can have in Canada, they wanted to act as a natural platform to harness the various sectors that needed to be at the table, because they knew they couldn't do it alone. But they also knew that they were really well positioned as kind of an independent not-for-profit to be able to bring the various provinces, the federal government, as well as the industries and their different sectors together. So I think there's a lot of value of that, and we're seeing that in the Ocean Supercluster as well with their Ambition 2035 strategy. That's really pushing that. So we're seeing, depending on the cluster, different approaches, but it's very much the same underlying piece of how are we kind of using them as neutral platforms and expanding beyond some of the borders. I think yeah. And it was always launched as a 10-year policy intent with 5 years of funding. So now we've received the second 5 years. So we'll see kind of what that means in terms of policy evolution and where that brings us.
Okay, we have another question.
Hi Daniel, my name is Marek Przeor from the European Commission. I'm responsible for cluster policy in the EU, and thank you for sharing with us your experience. Just one question and one comment or question as well. The first one is on your allocation of funds for each priorities, and how did you do it in terms of allocating it for each clusters on the basis of competitive calls, or you had the way, I want to ask about the way you have distributed these funds. The first one, and the second question is, you know, on our side we are very happy to organize matchmaking with you, and I'm picking up on your last slide on internationalization of and going global actually, so that we have a range of clusters who will be very happy to liaise with you, and we can organize the matchmaking between EU clusters, EU companies and Canadian companies. It could be incoming to the EU or outgoing from our clusters to Canada. So how are you ready? Are you ready for this? And when would we be able to organize? We are ready. Thanks.
So no problem. So on the first question, the operational kind of piece, so it's been a little bit different, and I think that's what we're continuing to explore. The first phase really kind of brought that through. It wasn't something that was the intent to kind of start using them as instruments in the same way that we have. I think it's an opportunity that came. We saw the value of it for COVID, and then we were able to do it with other strategies. So for the AI strategy, it was a competitive process. They needed to submit a proposal, and it was a peer review assessment in terms of the funding. All 5 did receive some at varying degree, and it was really a reflection of the need of funds, as well as the ability of the cluster to be able to deliver in terms of where they were in their funding life cycle, and also the state of AI in their area and kind of the work they needed to do. So that was much more of a competitive process. The quantum strategy, we realized that if we start using them as instruments, we need to be cognizant of what that means for their mandates, for their other activities, and whether or not they want to help with their other strategies, if it aligns with their mandate. So for that, we did have kind of just a call of interest, so that we wanted the clusters to let us know if they were interested, and it was 2 that were interested. So we asked them to make a proposal, for them to submit their proposal, and we kind of would see. But given that the envelope was a lot smaller, they decided to work together and to kind of come forward. So we did an assessment on the merit of the idea or the proposal, but it wasn't competitive in the same way where they were competing against each other. And I think those are some of the pieces we might be looking at a little bit. Some of the clusters are very aligned in certain strategies. So how is that going to be incorporated? Because it does take a lot of time to do some of the competitive process. So I don't think, so I did say a lot. I don't think I have an answer in terms of what each of the strategies will, if we continue to do this, how we do that. And I think it depends on the envelope of money and the alignment with the clusters in terms of how we attack it. Some areas we see across the board, like AI or agri-food, or so each of them has something to give. And then other areas, it might just be one cluster that's kind of targeted, or they kind of, we look at who can help us deliver it. So hopefully that kind of does a little bit of answering the question, even though that's still something that we're looking at. In terms of the second one, going global, I know we have been having discussion with the EU GROW, and we are really interested. We are looking at some of the joint papers and kind of opportunities for cluster-to-cluster matchmaking. When it comes to the B2B, it's a little bit more challenging to determine what the opportunity is and where there's opportunities for some of our SMEs to travel so far. If it's not attached to kind of a conference they're already going to or a mission or things like that. So we're trying to look at opportunities where we may be able to do either cluster to cluster, which is a bit simpler, or B2B if it can be virtual, or piggybacking it on some of the missions that are already there. I know that our advanced manufacturing cluster was just in Hanover with their own delegation. And so those are some of the areas I think we have to explore, because it is something I know that we have been discussing this for a while, and we have an MOU with EU, and it's just how to make it function so that we can kind of start moving some of these things ahead. But there is desire, and we are looking to explore. So we are open to ideas and opportunities for sure.
Thank you. And we have one more question.
Hello, Daniela, Sebastian Rękiewicz, Metal Processing Cluster. I'm practitioner, but really interesting answering for you, and great. Thank you for a great contribution to our conference. And I think about what is the most appropriate level to operate with Canadian supercluster, because we have some connection with partners from Canadian on the level of B2B, also on the level cluster to cluster. For us, the natural environment is EU level, because we are engaged in supercluster on green manufacturing on the EU level. But also we've got partners from Taiwan, from Peru, Canada, like I said before, and I think the better way for, like you said, we need time. The best solution is bilateral cooperation, or try to build multilateral cooperation. For example, next month we've got, I hope with support from EU, with Ukrainian partners. From your point of view, from Canada, what kind of cooperation and network is the quicker and also the best?
So we just went global. We just changed from super clusters to global innovation clusters. That mandate started 26 days ago. So we are, each of our clusters have built kind of their international plan. We are working with our global affairs, and we are kind of exploring what that means for the clusters and where our opportunities are. So I think we do have some, from our point of view, we're happy to do some of the matchmaking. We do have to be respectful of kind of each of the clusters, what their mandate is, and what they've put in place for their target markets and their target countries. At the same time, there are some opportunities as well to kind of look at some of the best practices and some of the development, other developments and partnerships. So I think there's kind of two levels of how to work with Canada, and I think, I mean, we're not taking the place of trade commissioners or global affairs, so that's still kind of how a lot of some of the inputs can. But each of the cluster has their own website, and they do have kind of a membership portal that they respond to quickly, and they're really looking to be matchmakers. And so they do have much more visibility on who their membership are, what their events are, and how they can connect from a cluster to cluster. So I know for the advanced manufacturing one, they do have a number of priorities and areas where they've been spending a lot of time in Europe and UK, and kind of working through some of those partnerships. And I think they are open to joint challenges and things like that. So I think going to the websites and looking at, and I can send that, I can send that for sure. But it's a way to kind of connect right at the ground level and where some of the opportunities are. And then for the Canada-EU relationship, that is something we are actively looking at and seeing what are some of the opportunities that we have to be able to do some of that matchmaking and development.
Thank you. And we have another question.
Okay, hello Daniel, this is Maciej Piotrowski. It's nice to talk to you again, hear from you. I have actually one question, and it's related to cluster support policy. In Europe, in Poland, we have a lot of clusters that were established as bottom-up initiatives, but they of course have some expectations to receive public money for its operations or for financing projects. And how does it look in Canada? You invest a lot of money in 5 global innovation clusters. And are there any other initiatives that some clusters are being established if they have no real opportunity to receive public financing support? I mean, isn't it discouraging for other clusters or some other initiatives to establish, to grow without some kind of a real opportunity for financing in other business areas, for example?
Yeah, so I think, so the super clusters or the global innovation clusters are one program, and the policy intent was very much that market opportunities piece. So it was very much a demand pull of where are some of the competitive areas where we want to double down as a country and really stimulate and charge those ecosystems. So there's those 5. But what we do see is our advanced manufacturing cluster has a whole initiative where they have a clusters of clusters program where they're connecting the different associations and clusters across the country, whether they're funding provincially or their associations or their industry funded. And they're kind of really connecting their ecosystem together so that there is kind of that broad support. From the federal point of view, the clusters are one instrument in many instruments. We still do have collaborative networks that are more R&D focused, that are looking at, they're networks, but they're building ecosystems and investing in project pipelines as well. And so they are established very similar. And we also have many research clusters. So I think this is a sliver of kind of the programs that we have, and this is kind of the big bang approach to some of the market-facing type of cluster. But there are many other research and R&D networks and clusters in the Canadian landscape.
Okay, thank you very much. It was the final question, I think. So Daniel, thank you very much for the inspiration you gave us. And I want to tell you that there are almost 100 people listening to you, partly online and partly here in this conference room. So thank you from all of us for your time and for the inspiration. And I know that you got our report, which is happily translated in English. So if you find time to look through it and have any comments, we will be very happy to hear them and talk to you in the near future. So one more time, thank you very much, and we wish you a wonderful day. And
Perfect. Thank you, and have a good end of day over there. For me, it's just the beginning. Thank you for your time. I look forward to more conversations.
thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is about to be finished. So I just wanted to say thank you for your participation, of cluster coordinators, companies, and thank you for representing representatives of different authorities like the EU representatives, national government, regional government, scientists. Thank you for your presence, and I think we also have more people online. So I'm really happy from the perspective of the National Agency for Enterprise Development that we have so many different stakeholders here. And I hope that our discussions will be continued as this report has been published only today. So we will talk about it. We will draw some conclusions. I just wanted to say thank you to the European Union for helping us to organize this meeting, as the study has been organized with the EU funds, with the Intelligent Smart Development funds. But the old programs are still alive, and we still finance different activities from the old programs as well. So this is how this meeting was financed. And before I finish, I just wanted to mention two people whom I wanted to appreciate. They were different organizations were mentioned here, but I wanted to say thank you, Monika Antonowicz at PARP, who is a great spirit for clusters, and you know Monika from different meetings, and she really takes care of clusters and also makes us to be more interested in cluster. I wanted to say thank you to Anna Sokołowska, who's organizing of this conference. Wouldn't have been possible without Anna. So just wanted to mention these two names. Thank you very much for your participation. And of course, please continue the discussions. Please have coffee. Thank you very much.
Fundusze europejskie w latach 2014-2020 to m.in. sukcesy polskich przedsiębiorców, wsparcie dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego oraz dynamiczny rozwój ośrodków innowacji poprzez wydarzenia, szkolenia, finansowanie, edukację oraz wspieranie współpracy przedsiębiorstw. Lata 2014-2022 to 13 000 umów o dofinansowanie i 15,3 miliarda złotych przyznanego dofinansowania na terenie całej Polski. Nasi beneficjenci są bardzo pomysłowi. Wprowadzają na rynek np. innowacyjne dachowe wymienniki ciepła dofinansowane z programu operacyjnego Polska Wschodnia. Skonstruowali innowacyjny szybowiec wyczynowy dofinansowany z programu operacyjnego Inteligentny Rozwój. Wprowadzają też projekty doradcze takie jak Sukcesja z sukcesem. Dofinansowanie z programu operacyjnego Wiedza, Edukacja, Rozwój. Fundusze Europejskie 2021-2027 to nowa perspektywa finansowa. Jest ona kontynuacją programów z poprzedniej perspektywy i obejmuje Fundusze Europejskie dla Rozwoju Społecznego, Fundusze Europejskie dla Polski Wschodniej i Fundusze Europejskie dla Nowoczesnej Gospodarki. Fundusze Europejskie. Razem przed siebie!
Nazywam się Łukasz Górecki.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Łukasz Górecki. I am the manager of Silesia Automotive and Advanced Manufacturing. we have come up with a platform to support the automotive sector in Silesia. Now, our cluster has a formal structure, and that's been the case for the last 10 years.